Hey everyone, welcome or welcome back to the channel. I'm so excited you're here because tonight, or whenever you're watching this, we're diving deep with an ASMR sleep reading, all about their true feelings. We're going to be tuning into what they're really feeling like deep down, or maybe they can't even put it into words yet. So get comfy, get cozy, because this is a safe space. Okay, so what makes this reading special is, we're not just looking at surface level stuff. We're gently uncovering hidden emotions. Remember, this is timeless, so the message will find you when you need it most. Take what resonates and leave the rest. You might even want to check out more than one pile. This is all about tapping into your intuition, you know. So for our piles, let's see what we have. Pile 1 is this gorgeous smoky quartz tree, and its theme is whispers of reconciliation, untangling conflicting energies. Then we have pile 2 with this earthy jasper cluster, all about silent foundations, the unwavering core of their truth. Pile 3 is this clear quartz pyramid, giving off major shielded sentiments, guarding vulnerability with quiet strength vibes. And last, but not least, we have pile 4 with this jade point, radiating gentle dawning, slowly unfolding affection and care. Which one are you drawn to? Take a moment, no pressure, and really feel which crystal is calling to you. Trust your intuition. It's never wrong. It's okay if you want to peek at a couple. Sometimes the heart wants what the heart wants. All right, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and make a wish for clarity around their true feelings. Let's get started. Hey, friend, welcome back. If you were drawn to the smoky quartz tree, this reading about whispers of reconciliation, untangling conflicting energies, is for you. Smoky quartz is all about harmonizing, grounding, and releasing negativity, which feels super important for what we're about to uncover, especially with the cards that came out. Okay, deep breaths, because this is gonna be a ride. So the first card we have here is the Ten of Wands. Oh my goodness, 10 of Wands right off the bat. What this tells me immediately is that somebody, and it could be you, it could be them, it could even be both of you, is carrying a huge weight. Like a really, really heavy burden. I'm talking about feeling absolutely overwhelmed, stressed, and just completely bogged down by responsibilities. Think of it like, you know when you're carrying way too many grocery bags in from the car, and they're all digging into your arms, and you're just praying you don't drop anything. Yeah, that's the vibe. Except instead of groceries, it's like emotional baggage, relationship issues, maybe even just the general stress of life. It could be that one of you, or both of you, are feeling like you're doing all the work in this relationship. Like you're the only one putting in the effort, the only one trying to make things work, the only one carrying the weight of everything. This can lead to resentment, frustration, and just a general feeling of being completely burnt out. You know, that feeling where you're just so tired of trying, so tired of carrying everything on your shoulders that you just want to give up. Yeah, that's the energy we're dealing with here. this is just a thought. Maybe it's not even specifically about the relationship itself, but more about external pressures that are weighing heavily on one or both of you. Think work stress, family drama, financial worries. Anything like that could be contributing to this feeling of being completely overwhelmed. And when you're dealing with that kind of stress, it's really hard to be present and engaged in your relationship, right? It's hard to have the energy to be a good partner when you're just trying to keep your head above water. So yeah, 10 of Wands, heavy energy right off the bat. But, and this is important, it's not necessarily a bad card. It just means that something needs to change. Something needs to be lightened. It's a call to reassess what you're carrying and to figure out how to offload some of that weight. Whether that means setting boundaries, asking for help, or just letting go of things that are no longer serving you. So, yeah, definitely something to think about there. Now, okay, let's dig a little deeper into this 10 of Wands energy, because I'm really feeling like there's more to it than just general overwhelm. I think, specifically, this could be pointing to a situation where someone, and again, it could be you or them, is taking on too much responsibility for the other person's problems. Like maybe you're constantly trying to fix their issues, or rescue them from their own messes, or just generally taking care of them in a way that's not really healthy or sustainable. And, you know, that can come from a good place, right? Like, you want to support your partner. You want to be there for them. But it's important to remember that you can't fix other people. They have to be willing to do the work themselves. And when you're constantly trying to carry their burdens for them, you're not only exhausting yourself, but you're also enabling them to avoid taking responsibility for their own lives. So, yeah, that's definitely something to consider here. Are you enabling this person in some way? Are they enabling you? Or, you know what else it could be? Maybe it's not even about taking on too much responsibility, but more about feeling like you're not getting any support in return. Like you're constantly giving and giving and giving, but you're not receiving anything back. That can be a really draining feeling, right? Like you're pouring all of your energy into this relationship, but you're not getting anything back to replenish it. And that can lead to resentment, bitterness, and just a general feeling of being unappreciated. So, yeah, definitely something to be aware of. Are you feeling supported in this relationship? Are you feeling like your needs are being met? Or are you feeling like you're constantly giving and not receiving? Okay, so we've established that there's a lot of heavy energy here with this 10 of Wands. A lot of burden, a lot of overwhelm, a lot of responsibility. But I think it's also important to look at the potential positive aspects of this card, because it's not all doom and gloom. I mean, yes, it looks like doom and gloom, but tarot is all about perspective. For example, this card can also represent a period of intense growth and learning. Like sometimes we have to go through really challenging times in order to learn valuable lessons and to become stronger people. So, maybe this is an opportunity for you or for them to learn how to set better boundaries, how to ask for help, how to prioritize your own needs, and how to let go of things that are no longer serving you. And that can be a really powerful and transformative process, even if it's painful in the moment. Or, you know what else? Maybe this card is a sign that you're about to reach a major milestone or accomplishment. Like you've been working really hard on something, and you're finally about to see the fruits of your labor. And yeah, it's been a lot of work, and you're feeling exhausted, but you're also really close to achieving your goal. So maybe this is just a final push, a final burst of energy to get you over the finish line. And once you get there, you'll be able to relax and enjoy the rewards of your hard work. So, yeah, that's another possibility to consider. It's not always about the negative. And you know, sometimes the Ten of Wands can also represent a sense of pride and accomplishment. Like you've taken on a lot, you've carried a heavy burden, but you've done it. You've persevered, and that's something to be proud of. You've proven to yourself that you're capable of handling a lot, that you're strong and resilient. And that's a really valuable thing to know about yourself. So yeah, even though this card looks really daunting and overwhelming, it can also be a reminder of your own strength and capabilities. But okay, let's get back to the relationship aspect of this, because that's what we're really here to talk about, right? So, if this Ten of Wands is representing the energy between you and your person, what does that mean for your connection? Well, I think it means that there's a real need for some open and honest communication. Like you need to talk to each other about what you're feeling, what you're struggling with, and what you need from each other. And that can be really scary, right? Like it's hard to be vulnerable and to share your deepest fears and insecurities with someone else. But it's also really important, because if you're not communicating openly and honestly, you're just going to continue carrying this heavy burden, and it's going to continue to weigh you down and to damage your relationship. So, yeah, I think that's a key takeaway here. Communication is key, you know, and sometimes it can be helpful to seek outside support, like from a therapist or a counselor, because sometimes it's hard to have those difficult conversations on your own. You might need someone to help you mediate, to help you communicate effectively, and to help you work through your issues. And that's totally okay. There's no shame in asking for help. In fact, it's a sign of strength, not weakness. So if you're feeling like you're really struggling to communicate with your person, don't be afraid to reach out for help. There are people who care about you and who want to support you. And sometimes, just having someone to listen and to validate your feelings can make a huge difference. Okay, so we've talked about the overwhelm, the responsibility, the communication. But I'm also getting a sense that there might be some underlying resentment here. Like maybe one of you is feeling like you're not being appreciated or acknowledged for all that you do. And that can be a really toxic feeling, right? Like you're giving so much, but you're not getting anything back. And that can lead to bitterness, anger, and just a general feeling of being taken advantage of. So, yeah, I think it's important to address any resentment that might be simmering beneath the surface. Because if you don't, it's just going to continue to fester and to damage your relationship. And sometimes, the best way to deal with resentment is to simply express it. To tell your person how you're feeling, why you're feeling that way, and what you need from them in order to feel appreciated and acknowledged. And that can be a really difficult conversation to have, but it's also a really important one. Because if you don't express your resentment, it's just going to continue to eat away at you. And it's going to make it really hard to have a healthy and fulfilling relationship. You know what else this could be giving me the vibes of? Sometimes the Ten of Wands can also represent a situation where you're holding onto something that you need to let go of. Like maybe you're clinging to a relationship that's no longer serving you, or to a dream that's no longer realistic, or to a belief that's no longer true. And holding onto these things is just weighing you down and preventing you from moving forward. So, yeah, I think it's important to ask yourself, what are you holding onto that you need to let go of? What's weighing you down and preventing you from living your best life? And that can be a really hard question to answer, because sometimes we're afraid to let go of things, even if they're not good for us. We might be afraid of the unknown, or afraid of being alone, or afraid of failing. But the truth is, sometimes the best thing you can do is to simply let go, to release the things that are weighing you down, and to trust that something better will come along. And that can be a really liberating feeling. It can be like taking off a heavy backpack that you've been carrying around for years, and suddenly you feel lighter, freer, and more able to move forward. So, yeah, definitely something to consider. What are you holding on to that you need to let go of? Okay, wow, we've really dug deep into this Ten of Wands energy. I feel like we've covered a lot of ground here. We've talked about the overwhelm, the responsibility, the communication, the resentment, and the need to let go. But before we move on to the next card, I just want to reiterate that this card is not necessarily a bad omen. It's just a sign that something needs to change. Something needs to be lightened. And if you're willing to do the work, to communicate openly and honestly, to address any resentment that might be simmering beneath the surface, and to let go of things that are no longer serving you, then you can definitely overcome this challenge and create a healthier and more fulfilling relationship. So, yeah, don't despair. This is just a call to action, a call to reassess, to reevaluate, and to make some changes. And you can do it. I believe in you. Okay, deep breath. That was a lot, but we're not done yet, because the next card we have here is the Two of Swords. And oh boy, this card is all about indecision, avoidance, and being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Oh man. This is like when you know you need to make a decision, but you're so afraid of making the wrong choice that you just freeze up and do nothing. You're weighing the pros and cons, going back and forth. But ultimately, you're just stuck in this state of analysis paralysis. Sound familiar? I know I've been there before. It's like you're standing at a crossroads and you can see two paths in front of you, but you don't know which one to take. And both paths look equally daunting and equally appealing. So you just stand there, frozen in place, unable to move forward. And the longer you stand there, the more anxious and stressed you become, because you know that you need to make a decision, but you just can't bring yourself to do it. And that can be a really frustrating and paralyzing feeling. You know, it's like when you're trying to decide what to order at a restaurant, and everything on the menu looks good, but you're also afraid of ordering something that you won't like. So you just keep going back and forth, asking the waiter for more time, until finally you just panic and order the first thing that catches your eye. And then you immediately regret it. Yeah, that's the Two of Swords energy. Indecision, avoidance, and being stuck. But okay, let's dig a little deeper into this, because I think there's more to it than just general indecisiveness. I think, specifically, this could be pointing to a situation where you're avoiding a difficult conversation or confrontation. Like you know that you need to talk to your person about something important, but you're afraid of what they might say or how they might react. So you just keep putting it off, hoping that it will go away on its own. But of course, it never does. It just continues to fester and to create more tension and anxiety. And the longer you avoid the conversation, the harder it becomes to have it. Because now you're not only dealing with the original issue, but also with the added baggage of all the avoidance and resentment that's built up over time. So, yeah, I think that's a key aspect of this card. The avoidance of difficult conversations. Are you avoiding a conversation with your person? Is there something that you need to talk about, but you're afraid to? And if so, why are you afraid? What's the worst that could happen? And is it really as bad as you think it is? You know, sometimes the fear of the conversation is worse than the conversation itself. And once you finally have it, you realize that it wasn't as bad as you thought it would be. In fact, it might even be a relief, but you'll never know until you actually do it. So, yeah, definitely something to think about. Or, you know what else it could be? Maybe it's not about avoiding a conversation, but more about being unwilling to see the truth of a situation. Like you're so attached to a certain outcome or to a certain belief that you're refusing to see the reality of what's happening. You're wearing blinders, pretending that everything is okay when it's really not. And that can be a really dangerous thing to do. Because if you're not willing to see the truth, you can't make informed decisions. You can't take appropriate action. You're just living in a fantasy world, and eventually reality is going to come crashing down on you. So, yeah, I think it's important to be honest with yourself about what's really going on. To take off the blinders and to see the situation for what it is, even if it's painful or uncomfortable. Because only then can you start to make progress and to move forward Are you being honest with yourself about this situation? Are you seeing things as they really are? Or are you wearing blinders? Are you refusing to see the truth? And if so, why? What are you afraid of? Okay, so we've established that there's a lot of indecision and avoidance here with this Two of Swords. A lot of being stuck between a rock and a hard place. But I think it's also important to look at the potential positive aspects of this card, because it's not all bad. For example, this card can also represent a need for balance and objectivity. Like you need to step back from the situation and to look at it from a more neutral perspective, to weigh the pros and cons carefully, and to make a decision based on logic and reason rather than on emotions. And that can be a really valuable skill to have, because sometimes our emotions can cloud our judgment and prevent us from making good decisions. So, yeah, this card can be a reminder to take a deep breath, to step back, and to look at the situation objectively, to see all sides of the issue, and to make a decision based on what's best for you in the long run, rather than on what feels good in the moment. Or, you know what else? Maybe this card is a sign that you need to trust your intuition. Like you already know what the right decision is, but you're afraid to make it because it doesn't make logical sense. But sometimes our intuition knows things that our minds don't. And if you're getting a strong gut feeling about something, it's probably worth paying attention to. So, yeah, this card can be a reminder to trust your intuition and to follow your heart, even if it doesn't make sense to your head. What is your intuition telling you about this situation? Are you listening to it, or are you ignoring it? And if you're ignoring it, why? What are you afraid of? You know, sometimes the Two of Swords can also represent a need for patience and understanding. Like you need to give yourself time to process your emotions and to make a decision that's right for you. You don't need to rush into anything. You can take your time, weigh your options, and make a decision when you're ready. And that's perfectly okay. There's no need to pressure yourself or to feel like you have to make a decision right away. Sometimes the best thing you can do is to simply wait and see, to allow the situation to unfold naturally, and to trust that things will work out in the end. So yeah, this card can be a reminder to be patient with yourself, to be understanding, and to trust the process. Don't rush into anything. Take your time and make a decision when you're ready. Okay, wow, we've really dug deep into this Two of Swords energy. I feel like we've covered a lot of ground here. We've talked about the indecision, the avoidance, the need for balance and objectivity, the need to trust your intuition, and the need for patience and understanding. But before we move on to the next card, I just want to reiterate that this card is not necessarily a bad omen. It's just a sign that you're facing a difficult decision and that you need to take some time to process your emotions and to weigh your options carefully. And if you're willing to do the work, to be honest with yourself, to trust your intuition, and to be patient with the process, then you can definitely make the right decision and move forward in a positive direction. So, yeah, don't despair. This is just a call to action, a call to step back, to reevaluate, and to make a decision that's right for you. And you can do it. I believe in you. Okay, deep breath. That was a lot too. But oh my gosh, we have one more card to go, and this one, well, this one is a doozy. We have the Tower. Woo. Okay, friend, hold on to your hat, because the Tower is all about sudden and unexpected change, upheaval, and the collapse of old structures. This is like when everything you thought you knew about a situation gets completely turned upside down. It's like a lightning bolt striking your foundation and shattering everything that you've built. And yeah, it can be really scary and disorienting. It can feel like your world is falling apart. But it's also an opportunity for growth and transformation. Because sometimes we need to tear down the old in order to build something new and better. This card is like when you've been living in a house that's built on a faulty foundation for years, and you know that it's not safe, but you're afraid to move. You're afraid of the unknown, afraid of starting over. But then one day, a storm comes along and the house collapses. And yeah, it's devastating in the moment, but it's also a wake-up call. It's a reminder that you can't keep living in a dangerous situation. You need to rebuild, to start over, and to create a foundation that's strong and stable. So yeah, the Tower is all about sudden and unexpected change, upheaval, and the collapse of old structures. And it can be scary, but it's also an opportunity for growth and transformation. But okay, let's dig a little deeper into this, because I think there's more to it than just general change and upheaval. I think, specifically, this could be pointing to a situation where you're holding onto something that needs to be released. Like maybe you're clinging to a relationship that's no longer serving you, or to a job that's making you miserable, or to a belief that's holding you back. And you know that you need to let go, but you're afraid to. You're afraid of the pain, afraid of the unknown, afraid of starting over. But the truth is, sometimes the best thing you can do is to simply let go, to allow the old structures to collapse and to make room for something new. And that can be a really liberating feeling. It can be like taking off a heavy backpack that you've been carrying around for years. And suddenly you feel lighter, freer, and more able to move forward. So, yeah, I think that's a key aspect of this card. The need to let go of what's no longer serving you. Are you holding on to something that needs to be released? Are you clinging to a situation that's making you miserable? And if so, why? What are you afraid of? You know, sometimes the fear of letting go is worse than the letting go itself. And once you finally do it, you realize that it wasn't as bad as you thought it would be. In fact, it might even be a relief. But you'll never know until you actually do it. So, yeah, definitely something to think about. Or, you know what else it could be. Maybe it's not about holding onto something, but more about a sudden realization or revelation. Like something that you've been blind to for a long time suddenly becomes clear. And that can be a really shocking and disorienting experience. It can feel like the rug has been pulled out from under you, but it's also an opportunity for growth and transformation, because now you can see the situation for what it really is, and you can start to make changes based on that new understanding. So, yeah, I think it's important to be open to new perspectives and to be willing to challenge your own beliefs, because sometimes the things that we think are true are actually just illusions. And when those illusions are shattered, it can be painful, but it's also liberating. It allows us to see the world in a new light and to make choices that are more aligned with our true selves. Have you had a sudden realization or revelation recently? Has something that you've been blind to for a long time suddenly become clear? And if so, how is that changing your perspective on the situation? Are you open to new perspectives and willing to challenge your own beliefs? Okay, so we've established that there's a lot of sudden change and upheaval here with the tower. A lot of collapse of old structures. But I think it's also important to look at the potential positive aspects of this card, because it's not all bad. For example, this card can also represent a breakthrough or a turning point, like you've been stuck in a rut for a long time, and finally something happens that shakes you out of it. And that can be a really powerful and transformative experience. It can be like waking up from a long sleep and realizing that you've been living your life on autopilot. And now you have the opportunity to make conscious choices and to create a life that's more aligned with your true values. So, yeah, this card can be a reminder that even though change can be scary, it can also be a catalyst for growth and transformation. Are you ready for a breakthrough or a turning point in your life? Are you willing to embrace the change and to see it as an opportunity for growth? Or, you know what else? Maybe this card is a sign that you're about to experience a period of rapid growth and expansion, like you're about to level up in some area of your life. And yeah, it might be a little chaotic and overwhelming at times, but it's also going to be really exciting and rewarding. So yeah, this card can be a reminder to buckle up and to enjoy the ride, to embrace the chaos, and to trust that you're on the right path. Are you ready for a period of rapid growth and expansion? Are you willing to embrace the chaos and to trust that you're on the right path? You know, sometimes the tower can also represent a cleansing or a purification, like you're getting rid of things that are no longer serving you in order to make room for something new and better. And that can be a really cathartic experience. It can be like taking a long, hot shower and washing away all the dirt and grime. And suddenly, you feel cleaner, lighter, and more refreshed. So yeah, this card can be a reminder that sometimes we need to let go of the old in order to make room for the new, to cleanse our lives of negativity, and to create space for positive energy to flow in. Are you ready for a cleansing or a purification? Are you willing to let go of things that are no longer serving you in order to make room for something new and better? Okay, wow. we've really dug deep into this tower energy. I feel like we've covered a lot of ground here. We've talked about the sudden change, the upheaval, the need to let go, the sudden realization, the breakthrough, the rapid growth, and the cleansing. And I think that harmonizing smoky quartz crystal is just singing right now, like, yes, let it all crumble for something better. But before we conclude, I just want to reiterate that this card, like all tarot cards, is not necessarily a bad omen. It's just a sign that you're undergoing a period of intense transformation, and that you need to be open to change and willing to let go of what's no longer serving you. And if you're willing to do the work, to embrace the chaos, and to trust that you're on the right path, then you can definitely emerge from this experience stronger, wiser, and more aligned with your true self. So, yeah, don't despair. This is just a call to action, a call to let go, to embrace change, and to trust the process. And you can do it. I believe in you. So, my friend, that's our initial reading with the Ten of Wands, Two of Swords, and the Tower. A lot to unpack, right? It feels like there's a major turning point coming, a necessary collapse to clear the way for something better. Okay, now let's dive into the next card. Okay, deep breath, my friend. Because after all that, after the Ten of Wands, the Two of Swords, and then bam, the Tower, we need to see like how all of this is really, truly making you feel. And for that, oh wow, okay, here we go. We have the Ten of Swords. Oh my goodness. Okay, see, listen, the Ten of Swords, right after the Tower, is like a lot. It's intense, it's heavy, and it's like the bottom. It feels like the absolute bottom. You know what I mean? Like, it's that feeling of complete and utter defeat, like you've been stabbed in the back, metaphorically, of course, and you're just lying there, wondering what the heck just happened. You know, it's that moment where you think, okay, it can't possibly get any worse. And then, bam, it does. So, yeah, this card is like a big flashing neon sign that says ouch, but like a really deep, soul-crushing ouch. But you know, even though it looks super dramatic, and let's be honest, kinda scary, it's not necessarily all doom and gloom. It can also represent an ending, a completion, a necessary sacrifice that leads to new beginnings. But right now, seeing it after everything we've already pulled, it just feels raw, like whatever Tower moment just happened, it really, really hurt. Okay, but let's really dig into this Ten of Swords energy, because I feel like there's so much more to unpack here, you know. Like, this isn't just about feeling a little down or disappointed. This is about feeling utterly defeated, betrayed, and like everything you've worked for has just crumbled to dust. And, you know, that's a really tough feeling to sit with. It's that feeling like you gave it your all. You put your heart and soul into something, and it still failed. It's like running a marathon and collapsing right before the finish line. You know, all that effort, all that energy, and for what? And I think, specifically, this could be pointing to a situation where you're feeling completely victimized by circumstance. You had no control over what happened, and you're just left picking up the pieces. And that can be a really disempowering feeling, right? Like you're just a pawn in someone else's game, and you have no say in your own destiny. And that can lead to feelings of helplessness, hopelessness, and just a general sense of being lost and adrift. So, yeah, that's definitely something to consider here. Are you feeling victimized by circumstance? Do you feel like you have no control over what's happening in your life? Or, you know what else it could be? Maybe it's not about feeling victimized by circumstance, but more about feeling betrayed by someone you trusted. Like someone you thought had your back stabbed you in the back. And that can be a really devastating feeling, especially when it's someone you really cared about, someone you confided in, someone you thought would always be there for you. It's like not only do you have to deal with the pain of the situation itself, but you also have to deal with the pain of the betrayal. And that can be a really hard thing to forgive. It can leave you feeling bitter, angry, and distrustful of everyone around you. So, yeah, definitely something to be aware of. Are you feeling betrayed by someone you trusted? Has someone let you down in a big way? And if so, how are you coping with that betrayal? You know, sometimes the Ten of Swords can also represent a situation where you're feeling like you've completely failed, like you've made a huge mistake, and there's no way to fix it. And that can be a really crushing feeling. It's like you've let yourself down, you've let other people down, and you just don't know what to do. And that can lead to feelings of shame, guilt, and just a general sense of worthlessness. Like you're not good enough, you're not capable enough, and you're just never going to succeed. And those are really damaging beliefs to hold on to. They can keep you stuck in a cycle of self-sabotage and prevent you from ever reaching your full potential. So, yeah, I think it's important to challenge those negative beliefs and to remind yourself that everyone makes mistakes. It's part of being human. And just because you failed at something doesn't mean you're a failure as a person. It just means you need to learn from your mistakes and try again. Are you feeling like you've completely failed? Have you made a huge mistake that you can't fix? And if so, how are you treating yourself? Are you being kind and compassionate, or are you beating yourself up? Because, you know, beating yourself up is only going to make things worse. It's going to keep you stuck in that negative cycle. So, try to be gentle with yourself. Remind yourself that you're doing the best you can, and that you're capable of learning and growing from your experiences. Okay, wow, we're really digging deep into the dark side here, aren't we? I feel like we're uncovering all sorts of hidden pain and trauma. But, you know, that's what this reading is all about, right? It's about untangling those conflicting energies and bringing them to the surface so we can heal them. And the smoky quartz is probably working overtime right now, trying to absorb all that negativity and transmute it into something positive. But okay, let's keep going. Because I think there's even more to unpack here. I think, specifically, this Ten of Swords could be pointing to a situation where you're feeling like you've lost everything. Like not just material possessions, but also your sense of self, your purpose, your direction in life. And that can be a really terrifying feeling. It's like you don't even know who you are anymore. You don't know what you're supposed to be doing. And you just feel completely lost and confused. And that can lead to feelings of anxiety, depression, and just a general sense of emptiness. Like there's a hole inside you that can't be filled. So, yeah, I think it's important to reconnect with yourself, to rediscover your passions, and to find a new sense of purpose. What are you passionate about? What makes you feel alive? What do you want to create in the world? And don't be afraid to try new things. Don't be afraid to step outside your comfort zone. Because sometimes the greatest discoveries come when we're willing to take risks and explore new possibilities. Are you feeling like you've lost everything? Have you lost your sense of self, your purpose, your direction in life? And if so, what steps can you take to reconnect with yourself and to find a new sense of meaning and purpose? You know, sometimes the Ten of Swords can also represent a situation where you're feeling like you're trapped in a cycle of negativity. Like you're constantly dwelling on the past, replaying old hurts, and focusing on all the things that are wrong in your life. And that can be a really draining and exhausting way to live. It's like you're carrying around a heavy weight on your shoulders, and it's preventing you from moving forward. So, yeah, I think it's important to break free from that cycle of negativity and to start focusing on the present moment, to appreciate the good things in your life, no matter how small they may seem, and to practice gratitude. Because gratitude is a really powerful tool for shifting your perspective and for attracting more positive energy into your life. What are you grateful for? What are the good things in your life that you can focus on? And how can you break free from that cycle of negativity and start living in the present moment? Okay, wow, this is getting really intense. I feel like we're diving into some really deep and dark waters here. But you know, sometimes we have to go through the darkness in order to find the light. And I think that's what this reading is all about. It's about acknowledging those painful emotions, those hidden traumas, and those limiting beliefs so we can release them and create space for something new and better. And the smoky quartz is still singing, friend. Can you hear it? It's like a low, humming vibration of hope and healing. It's a reminder that even in the midst of chaos and darkness, there's always a possibility for transformation and growth. It's there for you to harmonize with if you let it. But okay, let's keep going, because I feel like there's still more to uncover. I think, specifically, this Ten of Swords could be pointing to a situation where you're feeling like you're being punished for something, like you've done something wrong, and now you're paying the price. And that can be a really painful and disempowering feeling. It's like you're being judged and condemned, and you have no way to defend yourself. And that can lead to feelings of shame, guilt, and just a general sense of unworthiness. But, you know, I don't believe in punishment. I believe in consequences. And I believe that everything happens for a reason. And even though it may not seem like it at the time, there's always a lesson to be learned from our mistakes. So yeah, I think it's important to forgive yourself for your past mistakes and to focus on learning from them, to use them as opportunities for growth and transformation, and to remember that you're not defined by your mistakes. You're defined by how you choose to respond to them. Are you feeling like you're being punished for something? Have you done something wrong that you're now paying the price for? And if so, how can you forgive yourself and learn from your mistakes? How can you use this experience as an opportunity for growth and transformation? You know, sometimes the Ten of Swords can also represent a situation where you're feeling like you're being controlled by someone else, like you have no say in your own life, and you're just being manipulated and controlled by someone else's agenda. And that can be a really frustrating and disempowering feeling. It's like you're a puppet on a string, and someone else is pulling the strings. And that can lead to feelings of resentment, anger, and just a general sense of helplessness. But you know, you always have a choice. You always have the power to take back control of your life. You may not be able to control what other people do, but you can control how you respond to them. And you can choose to set boundaries, to assert your needs, and to stand up for yourself. Are you feeling like you're being controlled by someone else? Do you feel like you have no say in your own life? And if so, what steps can you take to take back control and to assert your own needs? Okay. I think we've really hit rock bottom here. I feel like we've uncovered every possible negative emotion and limiting belief associated with this Ten of Swords. But you know, that's a good thing, because now we can start to release them. Now we can start to heal. And now we can start to move forward. And the smoky quartz is practically glowing now. It's like it's saying, okay, we've acknowledged the darkness. Now let's focus on the light. Which, honestly, thank goodness. But you know, before we move on to the next card, I want to remind you that even though this Ten of Swords looks really scary and overwhelming, it's not the end of the story. It's just a chapter, and every chapter has to end in order for the next one to begin. And this ending is necessary. It's a cleansing. It's a purification. It's a clearing of the decks so you can start fresh and create something new and better. Think about it. This all started with the Ten of Wands, right? Carrying all that weight. And what happens when you carry too much for too long? You break, the Tower moment. And this, the Ten of Swords, is the aftermath. But aftermaths aren't forever. So, yeah, don't despair. Don't give up hope. This is just a temporary setback. And you're stronger than you think. You're more resilient than you think. And you're capable of overcoming this challenge and creating a life that's full of joy, love, and abundance. So, yeah, believe in yourself. Trust in the process. And know that you're not alone. I'm here for you. The smoky quartz is here for you. And the universe is here for you. Okay, deep breath. That was a lot. I'm honestly feeling a little drained myself. But we're not done yet. Because because we still have one more card to pull. And this card is going to be all about, well, I don't know yet, but I have a feeling it's going to be about how to move forward from this place of defeat and despair. How to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and start again. And I'm really excited to see what the universe has in store for you. But, before we get there, let's tie this back to the smoky quartz for a minute. Because, we've been talking about all this heavy stuff, right? The overwhelm, the indecision, the sudden change, and now, this feeling of complete defeat. And it's easy to get lost in all that negativity. It's easy to feel like you're drowning in it. But the smoky quartz is here to remind you that you're not alone, and that there's always a way to find your way back to the light. You know, smoky quartz is all about grounding, right? It's about connecting you to the earth, to your roots, to your sense of stability and security. And when you're feeling lost and overwhelmed, that grounding energy can be a lifesaver. It can help you to feel more centered, more balanced, and more capable of handling whatever life throws your way. So, how can you tap into that grounding energy right now? Well, one way is to simply spend some time in nature. Go for a walk in the woods, sit by a river, or just lie on the grass and look up at the sky. And as you're doing that, focus on your senses. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you smell? What do you feel? And allow yourself to be fully present in the moment. Because when you're present in the moment, you're not dwelling on the past, and you're not worrying about the future. You're just here now, in this beautiful, amazing world. And that can be a really powerful way to reconnect with yourself and to find a sense of peace and calm. Or, another way to tap into that grounding energy is to practice some kind of physical activity. Go for a run, do some yoga, or just dance around your living room. And as you're doing that, focus on your body. Feel your muscles working, feel your heart beating, and feel your breath flowing in and out of your lungs. And allow yourself to be fully embodied. Because when you're embodied, you're not lost in your thoughts, and you're not disconnected from your feelings. You're just here now, in your amazing, capable body. And that can be a really powerful way to release tension, to relieve stress, and to feel more grounded and centered. And smoky quartz is also about releasing negativity, right? It's about transmuting those dark, heavy energies into something lighter and more positive. And when you're feeling defeated and overwhelmed, that releasing energy can be a total game changer. It can help you to let go of those limiting beliefs, those painful emotions, and those self-sabotaging patterns that are holding you back. So, how can you tap into that releasing energy right now? Well, one way is to practice some kind of emotional release technique. You can try journaling, where you write down all your thoughts and feelings without censoring yourself. Or you can try screaming into a pillow, punching a punching bag, or just crying it all out. And as you're doing that, allow yourself to fully express your emotions. Don't hold back. Don't judge yourself. Just let it all out. Because when you allow yourself to fully feel your emotions, You're not suppressing them, and you're not allowing them to control you. You're just acknowledging them, accepting them, and then releasing them. And that can be a really powerful way to heal from past hurts and to move forward with greater clarity and confidence. Or, another way to tap into that releasing energy is to practice some kind of forgiveness technique. You can try forgiving yourself for your past mistakes, forgiving others for their past hurts, or just forgiving the universe for all the unfair things that have happened in your life. And as you're doing that, focus on letting go of resentment, anger, and bitterness, and focus on cultivating Okay, so Jasper Cluster, right, grounding. And the theme is silent foundations, the unwavering core of their truth. So already, it's like this is about the bedrock of their being, what's true deep down, even if it's not being said out loud. It's like we're tapping into something really, really core here. And then we have, drum roll please, the Hanged Man, the Hierophant, and the Queen of Cups. Okay, Hugh, where do I even start? Okay, so the Hanged Man. First of all, anytime I see the Hanged Man, I immediately think of surrender. Like total, complete surrender. Like letting go of control, seeing things from a different perspective, being willing to be upside down for a while, you know. It's not comfortable, let me tell you. It's like you're suspended in time, you're waiting. You're in this in-between space, and it can feel really, really unsettling. Like you are literally hanging there, waiting for something to click, for a new understanding to dawn. But the thing is, the Hanged Man isn't about being stuck forever. It's about choosing to pause, choosing to look at things differently, choosing to sacrifice something in order to gain a new perspective. It's like, imagine you're trying to solve a puzzle, and you've been staring at it for hours, and you just can't figure it out. And then you finally decide to take a break, walk away, do something completely different. And when you come back to it later, suddenly you see the solution. That's the Hanged Man energy. It's like you need to step away from the situation. You need to let go of your preconceived notions. You need to be willing to see things from a completely different angle. And sometimes that means sacrificing something that's important to you. Maybe it's your ego, maybe it's your pride, maybe it's your need to be right. Whatever it is, you have to be willing to let it go in order to move forward. And it's funny because it's like the Hanged Man can also represent feeling stuck, feeling trapped. But it's a self-imposed trap. It's like you're choosing to stay in this situation, even though it's not serving you. You're choosing to hold onto something that's holding you back. So, with this person, the one we're reading about, I'm feeling like they might be in a situation where they feel like they don't have any control. They might feel like they're at the mercy of circumstances, that they're just being tossed around by the waves. But the truth is, they have the power to choose to surrender, to choose to let go, to choose to see things differently. It's giving me vibes of, like, maybe they're in a job that they hate, but they feel like they can't leave because they need the money. Or maybe they're in a relationship that's not fulfilling, but they feel like they can't end it because they're afraid of being alone. Or maybe they're just stuck in a pattern of thinking that's not serving them, but they don't know how to break free. Whatever it is, the Hanged Man is saying, it's time to let go. It's time to surrender. It's time to see things from a different perspective. Okay, so that's the Hanged Man. Now, let's move on to the Hierophant. The Hierophant is all about tradition, institutions, and established systems. It's about the rules, the regulations, the way things have always been done. It's about conformity, obedience, and following the established order. When I see the Hierophant, I think of things like religion, education, marriage, and government. These are all institutions that have been around for a long time, and they have their own set of rules and expectations. The Hierophant represents the desire to belong, to fit in, to be accepted by society. But the thing is, sometimes the rules and expectations of these institutions can be limiting, can be stifling. They can prevent us from expressing our true selves, from living our authentic lives. The Hierophant can also represent a fear of breaking the rules, a fear of being different, a fear of being rejected by society. So, with this person, I'm feeling like they might be struggling with the tension between their own individual desires and the expectations of society. They might be feeling pressure to conform, to fit in, to follow the established order. But at the same time, they might be feeling a longing to break free, to express their true selves, to live a more authentic life. It's almost like maybe they were raised in a very religious household and they're now questioning their beliefs. Or maybe they're in a traditional marriage and they're feeling unfulfilled. Or maybe they're working in a corporate job and they're feeling like they're just a cog in a machine. Whatever it is, the Hierophant is highlighting the conflict between their own individual desires and the expectations of society. It's like they're being pulled in two different directions. On the one hand, they want to belong, to be accepted, to follow the rules. But on the other hand, they want to be free, to be authentic, to express their true selves. And it's interesting, because the Hanged Man and the Hierophant are actually kind of connected. The Hanged Man is about surrendering to a new perspective, while the Hierophant is about adhering to tradition. So it's like this person is being asked to surrender their attachment to tradition, to be willing to see things from a different perspective, to question the rules and expectations that they've always taken for granted. This is deep stuff, you know. It's like they're being called to challenge the very foundations of their belief system. It's like everything that they've ever been taught is now up for debate. And that can be really, really scary. Okay, so we have the Hanged Man, we have the Hierophant, and now we have the Queen of Cups. Oh, the Queen of Cups. She is such a beautiful, gentle, and compassionate energy. The Queen of Cups represents emotional depth, intuition, and compassion. She is the embodiment of feminine energy, of nurturing, of caring. She is deeply connected to her emotions, and she is able to understand and empathize with the emotions of others. When I see the Queen of Cups, I think of someone who is deeply sensitive, who is highly intuitive, who is able to offer unconditional love and support. She is the kind of person who just makes you feel safe and seen and understood. She's like a warm hug on a cold day. But the thing is, the Queen of Cups can also be a bit of a pushover. Because she is so compassionate and caring, she can sometimes put the needs of others before her own. She can be easily taken advantage of, and she can struggle to set boundaries. So with this person, I'm feeling like they have a very deep well of emotions. They are probably very sensitive and intuitive, and they have a strong capacity for empathy. They are probably the kind of person who is always there for their friends and family, who is always willing to lend a listening ear or offer a helping hand. But at the same time, they might be struggling to express their own emotions. They might be afraid of being vulnerable, of showing their true selves to others. They might be worried about being judged or rejected. It's like maybe they're always the one who's taking care of everyone else, but they never take care of themselves. Or maybe they're always putting on a brave face, even though they're secretly hurting inside. Or maybe they're just so used to suppressing their emotions that they don't even know how to express them anymore. Whatever it is, the Queen of Cups is highlighting the need for them to connect with their emotions, to embrace their vulnerability, to allow themselves to feel. It's like they're being called to tap into their inner well of compassion, both for themselves and for others. And it's interesting because the Queen of Cups is also connected to the other two cards. The Hanged Man is about surrendering to a new perspective, and the Queen of Cups is about surrendering to your emotions. The Hierophant is about adhering to tradition, and the Queen of Cups is about embracing your individuality. So, it's like this person is being asked to surrender their attachment to tradition, to be willing to see things from a different perspective, to connect with their emotions, and to embrace their true selves. It's a big ask, you know. It's like they're being called to completely transform their lives. But I think they're up for it. I think they have the strength and the courage to do it. And I think the Jasper cluster, with its grounding energy, is going to help them stay rooted and centered as they go through this process. Because this is all about finding the unwavering core of their truth. It's about stripping away all the layers of conditioning, all the expectations of society, all the fears and insecurities, and getting down to what's real, what's authentic, what's true. And that's not always easy. It can be painful, it can be scary, it can be uncomfortable, but it's also incredibly liberating. Because when you finally connect with your true self, when you finally embrace your authenticity, you can finally start living a life that's aligned with your soul. And that's what this reading is all about. It's about helping this person connect with their true self, embrace their authenticity, and live a life that's aligned with their soul. I'm feeling really excited about this, you know. I think this is going to be a really powerful reading, and I can't wait to see what else the cards have to say. It's almost like we're embarking on a journey of self-discovery together, and I am so ready for it. Okay, so just to recap, we have the Hanged Man, which is about surrender and seeing things from a different perspective. We have the Hierophant, which is about tradition and institutions and the expectations of society. And we have the Queen of Cups, which is about emotional depth, intuition, and compassion. And all three of these cards are pointing to the need for this person to connect with their true self, to embrace embrace their authenticity and to live a life that's aligned with their soul. It's like they're being called to break free from the limitations of their past, to challenge the expectations of society, and to embrace their unique and individual path. And the Jasper cluster, with its grounding energy, is going to help them stay rooted and centered as they go through this process. It's going to help them stay connected to their inner wisdom, to their intuition, and to their own sense of truth. So, yeah, that's where we're at right now. It feels like a really potent combination of cards, and I'm really excited to see how this unfolds. I'm feeling like there's a lot of potential for growth and transformation here. It's almost like this person is on the cusp of something really big, something really powerful, something really life-changing. And I think the key is for them to just trust the process, to surrender to the flow, and to allow themselves to be guided by their intuition. Because their intuition is going to be their best friend on this journey. It's going to help them navigate the challenges. It's going to help them stay true to themselves. And it's going to help them find their way to the unwavering core of their truth. And that's what it's all about, right? It's about finding that inner compass, that inner sense of knowing, that inner voice that tells you what's right and what's wrong for you. It's about trusting yourself, believing in yourself, and knowing that you have the power to create the life that you want. So, yeah, that's the energy I'm getting right now. It's a really beautiful and powerful energy, and I'm feeling really grateful to be able to share this with you. I'm feeling like we're all connected on this journey, and we're all supporting each other in our own unique ways. And I think that's what makes these readings so special, you know. It's not just about me interpreting the cards. It's about us coming together as a community, as a tribe, and supporting each other in our own personal journeys of self-discovery. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. And thank you for being a part of this. I'm really excited to continue this journey with you, and I can't wait to see what else the cards have to reveal. I just have this really strong sense that this person is on the verge of a major breakthrough. It's like they're about to step into their power, to claim their sovereignty, and to live a life that's truly authentic and fulfilling. And that's what we all want, right? We all want to live a life that's aligned with our soul, a life that's filled with joy, purpose, and meaning. And I think this reading is going to help this person get one step closer to that. So, yeah, that's all I have to say for now. I'm going to take a deep breath, clear my energy, and get ready for the next card. But before I do that, I just want to remind you to trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you have the power to create the life that you want. Because you do. You absolutely do. Okay, deep breath. Here we go. What's next? I'm so excited. I can't wait to see what else is in store for us on this journey. It's almost like we're peeling back the layers of an onion, revealing more and more of the truth with each card. And it's a really beautiful and transformative process. So, yeah, let's do it. Let's see what's next. I'm ready. Are you ready? I think you are. I can feel it. You're ready to dive deep, to explore the unknown, and to uncover the hidden gems that lie within. And that's what this is all about, right? It's about embracing the mystery, trusting the process, and knowing that everything is unfolding exactly as it's meant to be. Even when things seem confusing or challenging, even when you don't understand what's happening, just trust that there's a higher purpose at play. And that's what the Jasper Cluster is reminding us of. It's reminding us to stay grounded, to stay centered, and to stay connected to our own inner wisdom. Because when we're grounded and centered, we can navigate any challenge with grace and ease. So, yeah, that's my final thought for now. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next card, but I just wanted to leave you with that little nugget of wisdom. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you have the power to create the life that you want. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. I'm so excited to see what's next. I feel like we're just getting started, and there's so much more to explore. It's like we're on a treasure hunt, searching for the hidden gems of wisdom and insight that are waiting to be discovered. And I'm so grateful to be able to share this journey with you. It's such a privilege to be able to connect with you on this level, to share these insights, and to support you on your own personal journey of self-discovery. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. And thank you for being a part of this. I'm really excited to see what's next, and I can't wait to continue this journey with you. It's like we're all in this together, you know. We're all on this path of self-discovery, and we're all supporting each other along the way. And that's what makes this community so special. It's a safe space where we can be ourselves, where we can share our vulnerabilities, and where we can support each other in our own unique ways. So, thank you for being a part of this community, and thank you for being you. You are amazing, you are worthy, and you are loved. And I just want you to know that. Okay, I'm really feeling called to just take a moment to express my gratitude for all of you who are watching and listening. It means so much to me that you would take the time out of your day to connect with me and to receive these messages. I truly believe that we are all connected and that we are all here to support each other on our journeys. And I feel so honored to be able to play a small part in your journey. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. I am sending you all so much love and light, and I am so grateful for your presence in my life. Okay, I think I'm finally ready to move on to the next card. But before I do, I just want to take one more deep breath and center myself. Because it's important to come to these readings with a clear and open mind so that I can receive the messages that are meant to be shared. So, yeah, deep breath. Here we go. Let's see what's next. I'm so excited. I feel like we're about to uncover some really profound insights. It's like the universe is just waiting to reveal its secrets to us. And all we have to do is be open and receptive. So yeah, let's do it. Let's dive in. I'm ready. Are you ready? I think you are. I can feel it. You're ready to embrace the unknown, to explore the depths of your soul, and to discover the hidden treasures that lie within. And that's what this is all about, right? It's about embracing the mystery, trusting the process, and knowing that everything is unfolding exactly as it's meant to be, even when things seem confusing or challenging, even when you don't understand what's happening. Just trust that there's a higher purpose at play. And that's what the Jasper Cluster is reminding us of. It's reminding us to stay grounded, to stay centered, and to stay connected to our own inner wisdom. Because when we're grounded and centered, we can navigate any challenge with grace and ease. Okay. I think I'm really ready now. Let's move on. This is exciting. Okay. Deep breaths, right? So we've got the Hanged Man, the Hierophant, the Queen of Cups, and now the Tower. Oh my goodness. Okay, friend, hold on to your hat, because this is a big one. The Tower is like the card of sudden upheaval, of unexpected change, of things falling apart. It's like everything you thought was solid, everything you thought was stable, suddenly gets shaken to its core. It's not always pretty, let me tell you. It can feel like a complete and utter catastrophe. It is intense energy. Just looking at the card, you see the lightning striking the tower, people falling out. It's dramatic, right? It feels scary, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. It is about a collapse, yes, but sometimes things need to collapse in order to be rebuilt stronger, better, more authentically. You know, the tower often represents the destruction of old, outdated structures, belief systems, relationships, situations that are no longer serving you. It's like, imagine you're living in a house that's built on a shaky foundation. It might look okay on the surface, but deep down, you know it's not stable. Eventually, that house is going to collapse. And that's what the tower is all about. It's the inevitable collapse of something that's no longer sustainable. It's a necessary destruction, even though it can be painful in the moment. It's like a controlled demolition, almost, except maybe not so controlled, haha. More like the universe just comes in and says, nope, this isn't working. We're tearing it down. And it can feel really, really jarring. You might feel like you've lost everything. You might feel like you're starting over from scratch. But the thing is, you're not really losing anything that was truly meant for you. What you're losing is the illusion of stability, the illusion of control. With the Jasper, though, that grounding energy is going to be critical right now. Because when the tower hits, it can feel like you're being ripped from your roots, like you have no solid ground beneath your feet. The Jasper is there to remind you that you do have that inner stability, that inner strength. It's there to help you stay centered and grounded, even when everything around you is falling apart. Think of it as your anchor in the storm, you know. Something to hold on to, something to remind you of who you are and what you're capable of. Okay, so, the tower. Where does this fit in with the Hanged Man, the Hierophant, and the Queen of Cups? Well, I think it's like all that tension we were talking about. All that struggle between tradition and authenticity, between suppressed emotions and the need to break free. It's all coming to a head. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been hanging upside down, trying to see things from a different perspective. You've been struggling with the expectations of society, trying to figure out who you really are. You've been tapping into your emotions, trying to connect with your inner self. And now, it's time for action. It's time for a change. The Tower is the catalyst, the thing that forces you to finally break free from what's been holding you back. Remember the Hierophant, the card of tradition and institutions. I think the Tower might be targeting that specifically. It could be that the structures they've been relying on, a job, a relationship, a belief system, are suddenly crumbling. It could be that they're realizing that these structures are no longer aligned with their true selves, and they need to let them go. It's like maybe they've been trying to fit into a mold that just isn't right for them. They've been trying to follow the rules, to meet the expectations of others, but it's been suffocating them. And now, the Tower is coming in to shatter that mold, to break those rules, to give them the freedom to be themselves. It's going to force this person to ask, what do I really believe? What do I really want? What's truly important to me? The Tower is all about truth. It's about stripping away the illusions, the false pretenses, and revealing what's real. And sometimes that truth can be painful. It can be shocking, but it's also liberating. And with the Queen of Cups there, oh wow, that makes this even more intense, doesn't it? Because the Queen of Cups is all about emotions, about feeling deeply. So, the Tower isn't just going to be a mental or external shift, it's going to be a deeply emotional one. They might be experiencing a lot of grief, a lot of sadness, a lot of anger. They might be feeling completely overwhelmed by their emotions. But the Queen of Cups is also a reminder that they have the strength to get through this. They have the capacity for empathy, for self-compassion. They can nurture themselves through this difficult time. It's like they need to allow themselves to feel the pain, to process the emotions, but also to remember that they are loved, that they are supported, and that they are not alone. It's almost like the Tower is clearing out all the emotional baggage that's been weighing them down. All the suppressed feelings, all the unresolved issues, all the things they've been avoiding. It's all coming to the surface, and it's going to be messy. It's going to be uncomfortable, but it's also going to be incredibly cathartic. It's like, imagine you're cleaning out a closet that's been cluttered for years. It's going to be a lot of work. You're going to have to sort through a lot of stuff. You're going to have to make some tough decisions about what to keep and what to get rid of. But once you're done, you're going to feel so much lighter, so much freer. You're going to have created space for new things to come into your life. And that's what the Tower is doing on an emotional level. It's clearing out the clutter, creating space for healing, for growth, for new possibilities. This person is going to need all the nurturing energy of the Queen of Cups to get through this. And the Hanged Man. I keep coming back to the Hanged Man because it's so relevant here. The Hanged Man is about surrender. about seeing things from a different perspective. And the tower is forcing them to surrender. It's forcing them to see things differently. They can't hold on to the old ways of doing things anymore. They can't cling to the structures that are crumbling. They have to let go. They have to surrender to the flow of change. And that's not easy. It's incredibly difficult to let go of control, to trust that everything is happening for a reason. But the Hanged Man is a reminder that there's wisdom to be gained in surrender. There's a new perspective waiting to be discovered. And the tower, as scary as it is ultimately leading them to that new perspective. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been trying to figure this out on your own. You've been trying to control the situation, but it's not working. You need to let go. You need to trust that I know what I'm doing. Haha, easier said than done, right? But I think this person is capable of it. The Hanged Man shows they're open to it, even if it's not comfortable. So, the Tower. It's a big, scary card, but it's also a necessary one. It's the catalyst for change, the thing that forces you to break free from what's holding you back. And in the context of these other cards, it feels like it's specifically targeting the structures and belief systems that are no longer aligned with this person's true self. It's going to be an emotional upheaval, but it's also going to be incredibly liberating. It's going to clear out the clutter, create space for healing, and pave the way for a more authentic and fulfilling life. Remember, with the Jasper, it's all about grounding. This person needs to stay rooted during this storm. Grounding exercises, spending time in nature, connecting with their body. Anything that helps them feel stable and centered. It's not going to be easy, but they can get through this. They have the strength, the resilience, and the support they need. Now, what could this actually look like in real life? I mean, the Tower can manifest in so many different ways. It could be a sudden job loss. It could be the end of a relationship. It could be a health crisis. It could be a major financial setback. It could be a spiritual awakening that completely shatters their worldview. It could be any number of things, but whatever it is, it's going to feel like a shock. It's going to feel like everything is falling apart. It is going to feel like the rug has been pulled out from under them, and they're going to be scrambling for something to hold on to. The key is to not panic, to remember that this is happening for them, not to them. To trust that there's a bigger plan at play. Easier said than done, I know, but with the Jasper there to ground them, it's definitely possible. Let's say, for example, this person is in a job they hate, but they've been staying there because it's stable, because it pays the bills, because it's what they've always done. The Tower could manifest as them suddenly getting fired, which would be scary, right? And it would probably feel like a complete disaster. But it could also be the best thing that ever happened to them. It would force them to finally confront the fact that they're not happy in their job. It would force them to start looking for something that's more aligned with their passions and their values. And it could ultimately lead them to a much more fulfilling career. See, the destruction of the old making way for the new. Or maybe they're in a relationship that's not working, but they've been staying in it because they're afraid of being alone, because they don't want to hurt their partner, because they think it's easier to just stick with what they know. The Tower could manifest as a sudden breakup. Maybe their partner leaves them, or maybe they finally get the courage to end things themselves. Either way, it's going to be painful. It's going to be hard, but it's also going to free them up to find a relationship that's truly fulfilling. A relationship that's based on love, respect, and mutual support. It would mean they're not wasting any more of their precious time in a dead-end relationship. The Tower is there to shake things up and get them back on the right path, even if it doesn't feel like it at the time. Or maybe they have some deeply ingrained beliefs that are holding them back. Maybe they believe they're not good enough, or they're not worthy of love, or they're not capable of achieving their dreams. The Tower could manifest as a spiritual crisis that shatters those beliefs. It could be a moment of profound insight that completely changes the way they see themselves and the world. And while it might be disorienting at first, it could ultimately lead them to a much more empowering and fulfilling way of living. The key is not to resist the change, but to embrace it, to trust that the universe knows what it's doing. No matter how it manifests, the Tower is going to be a challenge. There's no getting around that. It's going to test their strength, their resilience, and their faith. But it's also going to give them an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to become a more authentic version of themselves. And with the Jasper there to ground them, they're going to be able to weather the storm and come out stronger on the other side. They're going to come out of this with a deeper understanding of themselves, a clearer sense of purpose, and a greater appreciation for the preciousness of life. It will be a time they look back at, not with fondness necessarily, but with the knowledge that what happened was absolutely necessary for their growth and development. So, yeah, the Tower, intense, right, but also kind of exciting, because it means things are about to change in a big way. And even though change can be scary, it can also be incredibly liberating. It's like this person is on the verge of something really, really big. They're about to step into their power, to claim their sovereignty, and to live a life that's truly authentic and fulfilling. It's a time of change, but they need to buckle up, because the Tower is here to make some changes, whether they asked for it or not. Now, let's talk more about this Jasper energy, because seriously, it's so important right now. Grounding is key when you're dealing with the Tower. You need to stay connected to your body, to the earth, to your inner sense of stability. Because when everything around you is falling apart, that's what's going to keep you from completely losing it. So, what does grounding actually look like? Well, it can be different for everyone. But here are some ideas. Spending time in nature. Go for a walk in the woods. Sit by a river. Feel the grass beneath your feet. Connect with the earth. It's so simple, but it can be so powerful. I personally love doing this. Meditation. Even just 5 minutes of meditation can make a huge difference. Focus on your breath. Feel your body in the present moment. Let go of the thoughts that are swirling around in your head. There are tons of free guided meditations online, so no excuses. Yoga. Yoga is a great way to connect with your body and calm your mind. It helps to release tension and stress, and it promotes a sense of inner peace. You don't have to be a yoga expert to benefit from it. Even just a few simple poses can make a difference. Exercise. Any kind of physical activity can be grounding. Go for a run, dance, lift weights, do whatever feels good to you. Moving your body helps to release pent-up energy and emotions, and it brings you back into the present moment. Spending time with loved ones. Connect with the people who love and support you. Talk to them about what you're going through. Let them know you're struggling. Don't be afraid to ask for help. This is not the time to isolate yourself. Eating healthy foods. Nourish your body with good, wholesome foods. Avoid processed foods, sugary drinks, and excessive amounts of caffeine and alcohol. These things can disrupt your energy and make it harder to stay grounded. I know it might be tempting to reach for comfort food, but try to resist the urge. Your body will thank you for it. Getting enough sleep. Sleep is essential for healing and restoration. Make sure you're getting at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep each night. Create a relaxing bedtime routine to help you wind down before you go to sleep. Journaling. Writing down your thoughts and feelings can be a great way to process your emotions and gain clarity. Don't censor yourself. Just write whatever comes to mind. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be honest. Creative expression. Engage in activities that allow you to express your creativity. Paint, draw, write poetry, play music, sing, dance, whatever feels good to you. Creative expression is a great way to release emotions and connect with your inner self. These are just a few ideas, of course. The key is to find what works best for you. Experiment with different techniques and see what helps you feel the most grounded, the most centered, the most stable. And remember, it's okay to ask for help. Don't try to go through this alone. Reach out to your friends, your family, your therapist, your spiritual advisor. Whoever you trust and feel comfortable with. They can provide you with the support and guidance you need to navigate this challenging time. The Jasper is there to remind you that you have inner strength, but it's also there to remind you that you're not alone. You have a support system, and it's okay to lean on them. Also, self-care is super important right now. Be kind to yourself. Nurture yourself. Do things that make you feel good. Take a long bath. Read a book. Watch a movie. Listen to music. Get a massage. Whatever helps you relax and recharge. This is not the time to push yourself too hard. This is the time to take care of yourself and prioritize your well-being. Because if you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be able to weather the storm. And honestly, you deserve it. You deserve to be treated with love and compassion, especially during difficult times. Okay, so yeah, the Tower. We've covered a lot. It's a card of sudden upheaval, of unexpected change, of things falling apart. But it's also a card of liberation, of truth, of new beginnings. It's a challenging card, but it's also a powerful one. And with the Jasper there to ground them, this person is going to be able to navigate this storm and come out stronger on the other side. It's going to be a wild ride, but I have faith in them. I think they're up for the challenge, and I'm so curious to see what the next cards reveal. Because this feels like a turning point, like everything is about to shift. And I can't wait to see what that shift looks like. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty amazing. But first, we have to get through the Tower. Deep breaths, right? One step at a time. Okay, so yeah, the Tower. We've covered a lot. It's a card of sudden upheaval, of unexpected change, of things falling apart. But it's also a card of liberation, of truth, of new beginnings. It's a challenging card, but it's also a powerful one. And with the Jasper there to ground them, this person is going to be able to navigate this storm and come out stronger on the other side. It's going to be a wild ride, but I have faith in them. I think they're up for the challenge, and I'm so curious to see what the next cards reveal. Because this feels like a turning point, like everything is about to shift, and I can't wait to see what that shift looks like. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty amazing. But first, we have to get through the Tower. Deep breaths, right? One step at a time. And now, deep breath, shuffling sounds. Oh, wow, okay, this is interesting. We have the Four of Swords. Okay. Four of Swords. So, after the Tower comes rest. Well, hopefully. The Four of Swords is often about needing to step away, needing to recover, needing to find some peace and quiet after a period of intense activity or stress. It's like, after the storm, you need to find a safe place to lick your wounds, to gather your strength, to just breathe. It's a card of contemplation, of meditation, of just stillness. You often see someone lying down, resting, maybe in a church or some other quiet place. It's about shutting out the external world and going inward. So, after the chaos of the Tower, this person is going to need some serious downtime. They're going to need to unplug, to disconnect, to just be. No pressure, no expectations, just rest. The Four of Swords is a gentle reminder that it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to need time to heal. It's okay to step away from the world and focus on your own well-being. Think of it as a cosmic timeout. The universe is saying, okay, you've been through a lot. Now it's time to recharge your batteries. And honestly, after the Tower, they're going to need it. This is making me think. It's like the Tower is the earthquake, and the Four of Swords is about finding shelter in the aftermath. It's about assessing the damage, tending to your wounds, and preparing for the rebuilding process. But you can't rebuild if you're completely exhausted and overwhelmed. you need to take the time to rest and recover first. Now, how does this connect to the other cards? Well, with the Hanged Man, it's like they've already been in a state of surrender, of seeing things from a different perspective. The Tower just amplified that, like tenfold. And the Four of Swords is about continuing that process of introspection, of going inward to find the answers. The Hanged Man was about choosing to pause. The Four of Swords is about needing to pause. It's less of a choice now and more of a necessity. And the Hierophant, with the structures crumbling, the Four of Swords is giving them the space to question everything they've ever believed, to really examine their values, their beliefs, their assumptions about the world. It's a time for deep reflection, for figuring out what's truly important to them now that the old structures are gone. Like, maybe they were raised to believe a certain thing, but now they're realizing that it doesn't resonate with them anymore. The Four of Swords is giving them the time and space to explore those feelings, to question those beliefs, and to come to their own conclusions. They can't build a new life on shaky foundations. They need to take the time to solidify their own beliefs and values. And the Queen of Cups. Oh, this is interesting, because the Queen of Cups is all about emotions, right? And the Tower is going to bring up a lot of emotions. So the Four of Swords is about giving themselves the space to process those emotions, to feel them fully without judgment. It's about self-compassion. It's about nurturing themselves through this difficult time. It's like they need to allow themselves to grieve the loss of what was, to feel the sadness, the anger, the fear, but also to remember that they are loved, that they are supported, and that they are not alone. The Queen of Cups is reminding them to be gentle with themselves, to treat themselves with kindness and understanding. The Four of Swords says they can't run from their feelings, but rather they need to embrace them. And the Jasper. Oh, the grounding is still so important here. Because even though the Four of Swords is about rest and stillness, it can also be a time of anxiety and uncertainty. They might be feeling lost, confused, unsure of what to do next. The Jasper is there to remind them to stay connected to their body, to the earth, to their inner sense of stability, to continue with those grounding practices we talked about before. Because even when you're resting, you can still be grounded. You can still be connected to your inner wisdom. So, the Four of Swords. It's not about ignoring the chaos of the Tower. It's about integrating it. It's about taking the time to process what's happened, to learn from it, and to prepare for what's next. It's a period of healing and recovery, a time for introspection and self-compassion. And it's a necessary step on the path to creating a more authentic and fulfilling life. Now, what could this look like in real life? Well, it could manifest in a lot of different ways. It could be as simple as taking a few days off work to just relax and recharge. Or it could be a longer period of time, like a sabbatical or a leave of absence. Maybe they decide to go on a retreat, to spend some time in nature, or to meditate. Or maybe they just need to spend more time alone, reading, writing, or engaging in other activities that bring them peace and joy. It could also involve seeking professional help. Talking to a therapist or counselor can be a great way to process the emotions that have come up during the tower experience. They can help them to understand what's happened, to learn from it, and to develop coping strategies for dealing with future challenges. The Four of Swords could also manifest as a change in lifestyle. Maybe they decide to simplify their life, to get rid of things that are no longer serving them, to focus on what's truly important. Maybe they decide to move to a new place, to start a new hobby, or to pursue a different career path. The key is to listen to their intuition and to follow what feels right. Let's say, going back to the example of the person who lost their job from the tower reading, the Four of Swords would be them taking some time to not immediately look for a new one. It would be about allowing themselves to feel the disappointment, the fear, the anger, to process what happened, and to figure out what they really want in a career. Maybe they realize they don't want to go back to the same kind of job. Maybe they want to start their own business or to pursue a different field altogether. The Four of Swords is giving them the space to explore those possibilities, to do some research, and to make a plan. It's a time for brainstorming, for dreaming, for imagining what their ideal career would look like. And they're doing this without the pressure of needing to find a job right away. They're giving themselves the gift of time and space. Or, if we go back to the example of the person who ended a relationship, also from the tower reading, the Four of Swords would be them taking some time to be alone, to heal from the breakup, to process their emotions, and to rediscover who they are as an individual. Maybe they start doing things they enjoy that they didn't have time for when they were in the relationship. Maybe they reconnect with old friends or make new ones. Maybe they start a new hobby or take a class. The Four of Swords is giving them the space to focus on themselves, to nurture themselves, and to rebuild their life in a way that feels authentic and fulfilling. So you picked the clear quartz pyramid. That's all about protection, you know. And with this reading focusing on shielded sentiments, it feels like someone's really guarding their heart, trying to stay strong. Almost like they're building a fortress around their feelings. So let's see what these cards have to say, because this is going to be juicy. All right, so we have the Six of Pentacles, the Tower, and the Ace of Pentacles all showing up at once. This is like a whole little journey right here. The Six of Pentacles first. This card is typically about giving and receiving balance, generosity. But the thing is, sometimes that balance can be off, you know. It's not always a perfect equilibrium. Maybe in this situation, your person is the one who's always giving, always supporting others, being the rock for everyone else. And that can be exhausting, right? It can leave you feeling drained, like you're pouring from an empty cup. Or maybe they feel like they're not giving enough, that they're falling short of expectations. I'm getting the sense that there's something unbalanced in their life. Maybe it's not necessarily about material things, but more about emotional energy. Are they giving too much of themselves? Are they receiving enough in return? This could be a situation where they feel obligated to give, even when they don't really want to, or feel like they don't have the capacity. Like they're stuck in a role of being the generous one, the helpful one, and it's hard to break free from that. And you know what? That could be tied to why they're shielding their sentiments. Because if they admit they're struggling, if they admit they need help, it might shatter that image of being the strong, capable person that everyone relies on. So they keep it all bottled up, hidden behind a facade of generosity and stability. Think of Jack Skellington, right? He's the Pumpkin King. Everyone looks up to him. But underneath, he's searching for something more, something deeper. Your person might be feeling a similar kind of disconnect, a longing for something beyond their current role. And that's where the Tower comes in, because this is where things get shaken up. The Tower is like bam. Sudden change, unexpected events, a complete upheaval of the status quo. It's often seen as a scary card, but it's really about necessary destruction. It's about breaking down old structures that are no longer serving you, clearing the way for something new and better to emerge. So with the Six of Pentacles and the Tower together, it feels like that imbalance, that hidden struggle, is going to come to a head. Something's gotta give. Maybe it's a situation at work, a relationship, a belief system. Something that's been built on shaky foundations is going to collapse. And this could be really scary for your person, because they're so used to being in control, to being the one who holds everything together. To have that control taken away, to feel like everything is falling apart. That's a huge blow to their ego, to their sense of self. But here's the thing, the Tower isn't just about destruction. It's about revelation. It's about the truth coming out. It's about seeing things for what they really are, without the filters and illusions. So, this Tower moment could be a catalyst for your person to finally acknowledge their true feelings, to admit that they're not okay, that they need help, that they want something different. Maybe they've been suppressing their emotions for so long, trying to be strong for everyone else, that they've lost touch with their own needs and desires. The tower is going to force them to confront those buried feelings, to face the truth about their situation. And that can be painful, but it's also incredibly liberating. It's like the walls are crumbling, but with those walls go all the limitations and expectations that have been holding them back. Now, this is where the Ace of Pentacles comes in, because after the chaos and destruction of the tower, there's always the potential for a new beginning. The Ace of Pentacles is all about new opportunities, new foundations, new growth. It's about planting the seeds for a more stable and fulfilling future. So, after this tower moment, your person is going to have a chance to rebuild their life in a way that's more authentic, more aligned with their true self. They're going to have the opportunity to create a new foundation based on honesty, vulnerability, and self-care. But here's the key. They have to be willing to embrace that opportunity. They have to be willing to let go of the old ways of doing things, to step outside of their comfort zone, and to take a leap of faith into the unknown. This Ace of Pentacles is like a fresh start, a clean slate. It's a chance to build something real, something lasting. But it also requires effort, commitment, and a willingness to be vulnerable. Because building something new always comes with risks, right? There's the risk of failure, the risk of getting hurt, the risk of exposing your true self to the world. And that's why this reading started with shielded sentiments. Because even with this new opportunity, your person is still going to be hesitant to open up, to let their guard down. They've been hurt before. They've been disappointed before. And they don't want to go through that again. But the Ace of Pentacles is urging them to take that risk, to trust in the process, and to believe that something beautiful can come out of this. Think about a seed, right? It has to break open in order to grow. It has to be vulnerable to the elements in order to reach its full potential. Your person is like that seed right now. They're on the verge of a major transformation, but they have to be willing to break free from their protective shell in order to blossom. So, this is a really powerful combination of cards. It's a story of imbalance, upheaval, and new beginnings. It's a story about facing your fears, embracing vulnerability, and trusting in the process of growth. And with that clear quartz pyramid watching over them, offering its protective energy, I feel like your person is going to be okay. They're going to get through this, and they're going to emerge stronger and more authentic on the other side. But it's going to be a journey, that's for sure. I'm so excited to see what happens next. Are you? Let's pull another card, because I'm just buzzing to see where this goes. I'm telling you, this is like a movie. The Six of Pentacles hinting at imbalance, the Tower moment of truth, and then the Ace of Pentacles, the promise of something new. It's all connected, you know. I'm also feeling like With this Ace of Pentacles, it's not just about material success or stability. It's about finding a deeper sense of purpose and fulfillment. It's about connecting with their values, their passions, and their true self. Maybe they've been so focused on external achievements, on pleasing others, that they've lost sight of what truly matters to them. This Ace of Pentacles is a chance to reconnect with that inner compass, to start living a life that's more aligned with their soul's purpose. And you know, that could also tie into their feelings for you, because maybe you represent something different for them, something outside of their normal routine, their normal expectations. Maybe you see them in a way that no one else does. You understand their hidden depths, their unspoken desires. And that could be really scary for them, because it challenges their self-image. It forces them to confront their own vulnerabilities. But it could also be incredibly exciting, because it offers them the possibility of a deeper connection, a more authentic relationship, a love that's based on mutual understanding and acceptance. So, this Ace of Pentacles could be the beginning of something really special between you two. But it's going to require both of you to be brave, to be honest, and to be willing to take a risk. I'm just getting chills thinking about it. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what the next card reveals, because this story is far from over. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting, I can't even. It feels like all the pieces are there, but we need that one little push in the right direction to make sense of it. You know, thinking about the Six of Pentacles again, it could also represent a situation where your person feels like they're being taken advantage of. Maybe they're surrounded by people who are constantly asking for favors, for support, for money, and they feel like they can't say no. They feel obligated to give, even when they don't have anything left to give. And that can create a lot of resentment, a lot of anger, a lot of hidden frustration. So, the Tower moment could be a breaking point where they finally snap, where they finally say enough is enough. They might cut ties with those people. They might set boundaries. They might finally start prioritizing their own needs. And that could be a really difficult process, because they're so used to being the giver, the supporter. But it's also a necessary process, because they can't continue to pour from an empty cup. And with the Ace of Pentacles, it's about creating a new support system, a new network of people who are actually there for them, who are willing to give as much as they take. It's about finding people who appreciate their generosity, who respect their boundaries, and who genuinely care about their well-being. It's about building relationships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and reciprocity. Okay, I'm just throwing out possibilities here, but it feels like all of these scenarios are connected. You know, it's all about this theme of shielded sentiments, of guarding vulnerability, of trying to maintain control in a situation that feels increasingly chaotic. And the cards are urging your person to let go of that control, to embrace the chaos, and to trust that something better is waiting for them on the other side. gosh, I really hope this helps and resonates. Okie dokie, let's move on to the next card, because goodness gracious, I cannot contain my excitement anymore. What is this I sense? Could it be a romance novel in the works? Haha, I'm just kidding. But seriously, with all these emotions and changes, it really could be. The Ace of Pentacles is also giving me some serious manifesting vibes, like your person is on the verge of creating something amazing in their life. It could be a new business venture, a new creative project, a new relationship. Something that's really aligned with their passions and their values. But here's the thing, they have to be willing to put in the work. The Ace of Pentacles isn't just about luck or coincidence. It's about taking action, about setting goals, about making a plan and sticking to it. It's about being proactive and persistent, even when things get tough. And that can be a challenge for your person, because they might be feeling overwhelmed, insecure, or unsure of themselves. They might be afraid of failure, afraid of criticism, afraid of putting themselves out there. But the cards are encouraging them to push past those fears, to believe in themselves, and to take that first step. Think about it like planting a garden, right? You have to prepare the soil, sow the seeds, water them regularly, and protect them from pests. It takes time, effort, and patience to grow a beautiful garden. And it's the same with manifesting your dreams. You have to put in the work. You have to nurture your vision. And you have to believe that it's possible. And with the clear quartz pyramid nearby, it's like a reminder that they have the power to create their own reality, to manifest their desires, and to live a life that's full of joy, abundance, and fulfillment. But they have to be willing to take responsibility for their own happiness, to let go of the past, and to embrace the future with open arms. I just get so giddy and excited thinking about all of the possibilities. I hope you feel the same way. You know what this reminds me of? When I was little, my mom would read me books every night. I miss those days. Now, it's like the cards are telling me a bedtime story instead. So let's see what other secrets these cards have in store for us, because I have a feeling there's still more to uncover. I can sense there's one more puzzle piece that's waiting to be found. With this Ace of Pentacles, I'm getting such strong hints of abundance. Like money abundance, love abundance, friend abundance. The list goes on. What an amazing and wonderful energy to be feeling right now. Thinking about your person, could it be possible they are a bit of a workaholic? This card combination is giving me big struggle with work-life balance energy. The Six of Pentacles, always giving, always helping, possibly feeling drained. Then the Tower, a potential burnout or breakdown because of pushing themselves too hard. And finally, the Ace of Pentacles, a chance to create a new, more sustainable work life, but only if they make the conscious effort to change their habits. Maybe they're so focused on their career, on achieving success, on providing for others, that they've neglected their own needs and desires. They might be working long hours, sacrificing their personal life, and feeling constantly stressed and overwhelmed. And that can take a toll on their health, their relationships, and their overall well-being. So, the tower moment could be a wake-up call, a realization that they can't keep living like this. They might experience a health scare, a relationship crisis, or a moment of profound exhaustion that forces them to reevaluate their priorities. And with the Ace of Pentacles, it's about finding a new way to work, a way that's more balanced, more sustainable, and more fulfilling. Maybe they need to delegate more tasks, set better boundaries, or find a job that's more aligned with their values. It's about creating a work life that supports their overall well-being, rather than detracting from it. And that could also involve learning to say no, to prioritize self-care, and to make time for the things that truly matter to them. Okay, I'm just spitballing here, but it feels like this is a really important message for your person to hear. They need to take care of themselves. They need to prioritize their well-being, and they need to create a work life that supports their overall happiness. So I want you to tell your person, haha, JK, unless. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Unless. Ha ha ha. Okay, okay. I'm just being silly now. But seriously, this is a really powerful reading, and I'm so excited to see how it unfolds. But I'm also curious. What do you think about all of this? Does any of this resonate with you? Do you see any of these patterns playing out in your person's life? I'm just dying to know your thoughts. Okie dokie, let's keep going, because I'm just getting warmed up. I feel like we're just scratching the surface here. With these cards and the crystal working together, this reading feels like we're about to uncover some serious hidden truths. I'm so excited. With the Six of Pentacles, do you think this person has issues receiving love or support from others? It makes me feel like even if people were offering, they would block it or not even notice because they are so used to being the ones who help. Almost like they feel unworthy or guilty if they aren't giving. Maybe the tower moment is them finally realizing they deserve to receive, and that it's okay to lean on others sometimes. Then the Ace of Pentacles can represent them starting to open themselves up to receive love and support, which might be totally new territory for them. They might need help navigating this new way of interacting with people. I hope that they have someone who can support them through this transition period. Okay, now I'm thinking about the tower again, and it's hitting me that this could be a spiritual awakening for your person. Maybe they've been living their life on autopilot, following the rules, and not really questioning anything. But the tower moment could be a catalyst for them to start exploring their own beliefs, their own values, and their own sense of purpose. Maybe they'll start questioning the meaning of life, the nature of reality, and their place in the universe. They might start exploring different spiritual practices, reading books on philosophy, or connecting with like-minded people. And this could be a really transformative experience for them, because because it could lead them to a deeper understanding of themselves, of the world, and of their connection to something greater. And with the Ace of Pentacles, it's about grounding that spiritual awakening in their everyday life. It's about finding practical ways to integrate their newfound wisdom into their work, their relationships, and their overall lifestyle. It's about creating a life that's more meaningful, more authentic, and more aligned with their soul's purpose. I just love thinking about all the possibilities. This is like the ultimate glow up for your person. This makes me want to go through a spiritual awakening as well. I feel like everyone deserves to have a spiritual awakening in their life at least once. It's just such a beautiful and transformative experience. Who wouldn't want to experience that? I know I would. And the Ace of Pentacles is like the cherry on top. It is a beautiful little reminder that everything is going to be okay, and you can create the life you want. Okay, I'm going to stop rambling now, and we can move on to the next card. Phew, I sure can talk a lot when I'm excited, can't I? Haha. Okay, let's do this. I really have the feeling that this next card will be extra revealing, because we really set the stage here with the first 3 cards. This is going to be so exciting to see. I'm literally on the edge of my seat. I feel like it's really important to remember the clear quartz pyramid, because it's not just about protection. It's also about clarity. It's about amplifying energy and bringing things into focus. So, with this reading, it's like the crystal is helping us to see through the illusions, to uncover the hidden truths, and to understand what's really going on with your person. And that's why it's so important to trust your intuition, to pay attention to your gut feelings, and to be open to receiving messages from the universe. Because the cards are just tools, they're just symbols. The real magic happens when you connect with your own inner wisdom and allow yourself to be guided by your intuition. So, as we move forward with this reading, I want you to remember that you already have all the answers within you. You just need to trust yourself, to believe in yourself, and to allow yourself to see the truth. Okay, enough pep talk. Let's pull that card. Before we do, is there anything you want me to focus on for the rest of the reading? If not, that is a-okay. I can keep rolling as is. Just let me know. You can pretend you answered if you want, haha. I'm happy to tailor this to what you need. It's not just for funsy. It's meant to be helpful. So please let me know if you need me to hone in on a specific topic or area. But I'm also feeling like we're just about to enter Act 2 of this movie, you know. The first 3 cards were like the setup, the introduction to the characters, and the conflict. Now we're about to dive into the heart of the story, where the stakes get higher, the emotions get more intense, and the transformation really begins. This is getting so good. I wonder what plot twist will come our way. So, buckle up, Buttercup, because it's about to get real. I just know it. Let's do this. We have the building blocks ready. Now it's all about bringing it home. I'm so eager. Okay, I think I've stalled enough. It's time. Let's reveal the next card because I am ready to GO. The tower made me think of that song, Mad World, because in the music video, everything is falling apart, but the dude is just chilling there in the midst of it all. It's quite symbolic, I believe. And this situation is like that. But your person might not be chilling, per se. They might be stressed as heck. Oh, I just had another thought about the Six of Pentacles. Maybe your person struggles to ask for help because they don't want to be a burden on others. Maybe they've had experiences in the past where they asked for help and were rejected or made to feel bad about it. And now they're afraid to ask for help because they don't want to experience that pain again. So they just keep giving and giving, trying to be strong and independent, but secretly longing for someone to reach out and offer them support. But they're too afraid to ask for it, so they just keep it all bottled up inside. The tower moment then forces them to have to ask for help. They might not have a choice because everything has just become too much. And this could be a really vulnerable and scary experience for them. But it's also an opportunity for them to heal and to learn to trust others. With the Ace of Pentacles following, it's like a sign that it's okay to ask for help, that there are people who care about them and want to support them. It's about building a support system of people who they can rely on, who they can be vulnerable with, and who will be there for them through thick and thin. Okay, I think I've squeezed every last drop of insight out of these 3 cards. Haha. But seriously, this has been such a fascinating exploration, and I feel like we've really uncovered some deep and meaningful truths about your person. What do you think? Am I on the right track here? I'm so curious to hear your thoughts. But okay, I'm really done now, so let's move on. Next card, here we come. I feel like it's going to be a good one. It has to be, right? After all this buildup, it's gotta be something juicy. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. I can literally feel the excitement building in the air. Ah, what could it be? I'm so ready to find out. Okay, one more thing before we move on. I was just thinking about the Tower card, and I realized that it could also represent a sudden change in perspective for your person. Maybe they've been holding onto certain beliefs or assumptions that are no longer serving them. And the Tower moment could be a catalyst for them to release those old beliefs and adopt a new way of thinking. Maybe they've been judging themselves harshly, holding themselves to unrealistic standards, or comparing themselves to others. And the Tower moment could be a wake-up call, a realization that they need to be kinder to themselves, to accept their imperfections, and to embrace their unique qualities. And with the Ace of Pentacles, it's about building a new foundation of self-love, self-acceptance, and self-compassion. It's about treating themselves with the same kindness and respect that they would offer to others. It's about recognizing their own worth and value, regardless of their achievements or their external circumstances. Okay, I'm really done now, I promise. Let's move on to the next card. I cannot contain myself any longer. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. I'm so excited. But you know what? All of this reminds me of Jack Skellington, searching for something more than just Halloween. Your person might be searching for something more too, and maybe you're a part of that journey. Okay, now let's look at the next card. I mean it this time. Phew. Oh my gosh, the Queen of Cups. Okay, so after all that, after the Six of Pentacles, the Tower, the Ace of Pentacles, we get the Queen of Cups. This is like, wow, this is really diving deep into their emotions, isn't it? I mean, the Queen of Cups. She's all about feelings, intuition, compassion. She's like the ultimate empath, you know. She feels everything. She sees everything. She understands everything, or at least she tries to. So, what does this mean for your person who's been so busy shielding their sentiments? Well, first things first, it tells me that underneath all that guardedness, underneath all that strength they're trying to project, there's a huge well of emotions. Huge. Like they are feeling things deeply, even if they're not showing it. I feel like they are the type of person that could walk into a room and immediately know what everyone is feeling, like they can sense the energy of the room. This makes me wonder if they are perhaps an empath. Do you know if they are? This also can make it so people like this take on other people's feelings as their own, which can be very tiring. You know, it's almost like they're walking around with a shield, but the shield is more to protect other people from their emotions, you know. It's like they don't want to burden anyone with their feelings, so they just keep it all bottled up inside, which, let me tell you, is not a good thing. Not good at all. So they're feeling deeply, but like they don't want to show it. But the question is, what kind of emotions are we talking about here? Is it happiness, joy, love? Or is it sadness, fear, anger? Or is it a mix of everything? I think it's probably a mix, to be honest. Life is never just one emotion, right? It's always a complex blend of different feelings, different experiences. But with the Queen of Cups, I'm definitely getting a sense of some kind of sadness, or maybe a longing, a yearning for something more. Like maybe they're not completely fulfilled in their life right now, even though they might seem like they have it all together on the surface. They could be putting on a front. And you know what else? I think they're probably really intuitive too. Like they have a strong gut feeling about things. They can sense when something's not right. They can pick up on subtle cues that other people miss. But again, they might not always trust their intuition, or they might second guess themselves, especially if it goes against logic or reason. Do they give off those vibes to you? Okay, so now we gotta connect this Queen of Cups energy to the Six of Pentacles, right? Because that's where this whole reading started. And the Six of Pentacles, remember, is all about giving and receiving, balance and imbalance. So, how does the Queen of Cups fit into that picture? This is going to be good. Well, I think it goes back to that whole idea of them being the giver, the supporter, the rock for everyone else. The Queen of Cups is naturally nurturing, compassionate, and caring. She wants to help others. She wants to make them feel better. She wants to ease their pain. problem is, she can sometimes give too much. She can pour all of her energy into other people, leaving nothing left for herself. Almost like she doesn't want to feel. Just take care of other people instead. And that's where the imbalance comes in, right? Because if they're always giving, always supporting, always taking care of others, who's taking care of them? Who's nurturing them? Who's listening to their feelings? It's like they're so busy trying to be the Queen of Cups for everyone else that they forget to be the Queen of Cups for themselves, which is so sad. You know what I mean? I feel bad for them. Maybe they feel like they have to be the strong one, the dependable one. Maybe they feel like if they show any vulnerability, if they admit that they're struggling, people will lose respect for them, or they'll be seen as weak. So they just keep it all inside, pretending that everything's fine, even when it's not. And that can be so exhausting, right? It's like wearing a mask all the time, never being able to truly be yourself. How are they supposed to recharge? But here's the thing. The Queen of Cups also represents self-care, self-compassion, and self-love. She knows that she can't pour from an empty cup, so she makes sure to take care of her own needs, to nurture her own soul. So maybe your person needs to learn to embrace that side of the Queen of Cups, to prioritize their own well-being, to give themselves the same love and compassion that they give to others. That's what I am feeling like right now. This is so exciting because we're uncovering such deep secrets. And you know what? I think they might be giving from a place of obligation, not necessarily from a place of genuine compassion. Like maybe they feel like they should be helping others, that it's their duty or responsibility. Or maybe they're afraid of saying no, afraid of disappointing people, afraid of being seen as selfish. So they just keep giving, even when they don't really want to, or when they don't have the energy to. This is not sustainable in the long run. I used to be this type of person, and that's where the resentment can build up, right? Because if you're giving from a place of obligation, you're not really giving freely. You're giving because you feel like you have to, not because you want to. And that can lead to a lot of hidden anger, a lot of frustration, a lot of bitterness. So they need to learn to set boundaries, to say no when they need to, and to give from a place of genuine love and compassion, not from a place of obligation. Okay, so now let's throw the tower into the mix. This is where things get really interesting. So how does the Queen of Cups interact with the tower energy? With that sudden upheaval, that breaking down of old structures. Ooh, oh, this is exciting. I love this. Well, I think the tower moment could be a catalyst for them to finally release all those pent-up emotions, all that suppressed sadness, all that hidden anger. It's like the dam finally breaks and all the feelings come flooding out. And that can be really scary, right? Because when you've been holding on to emotions for so long, they can feel really overwhelming when they finally come out. It could cause so many problems in their lives. OMG. But it's also really liberating, because once you release those emotions, you can finally start to heal. You can finally start to process your pain, to forgive yourself, and to move on. So the Tower moment could be a really important turning point for your person, a chance for them to finally break free from their emotional prison. I hope they are able to take this opportunity to feel everything. Sometimes that's all you need. Maybe they've been so busy trying to be the strong one, the dependable one, that they've never allowed themselves to be vulnerable, to be weak, to be human. But the Tower moment is going to force them to confront their own vulnerabilities, to admit that they're not perfect, that they need help, that they have flaws. And that can be really humbling, but it's also really freeing. It's like taking off a heavy burden, finally being able to breathe. And you know what? I think this Tower moment could also involve a major change in their relationships. Like maybe they've been surrounding themselves with people who are constantly draining their energy, who are constantly asking for favors, who are constantly taking without giving back. And the Tower moment could be a catalyst for them to cut ties with those people, to set boundaries, and to start surrounding themselves with people who are actually supportive, who are actually caring, who are actually there for them. It's all about healthy friendships and connections. I feel like this change will come like a rug being pulled out from under them. So they need to be very careful. They need to lean on the few true friends that they have. I really hope that they have some true friends. It would be really sad if they didn't. Friendships and relationships are such a great way to get through things. Or maybe the Tower moment could involve a change in their career, a change in their living situation, a change in their beliefs. Whatever it is, it's going to be something that really shakes them up, something that forces them to reevaluate their life and to make some major changes. But it's all for the better, because it's going to lead them to a more authentic, more fulfilling, more emotionally healthy life. You know, now let's bring in the Ace of Pentacles. This is the part where we start building something new, something better, something more aligned with their true self. So, how does the Queen of Cups influence this new beginning? How does their emotional state affect their ability to create a new foundation? Well, I think the Queen of Cups is going to help them build a foundation that's based on love, compassion, and intuition, instead of trying to build something that's based on logic, reason, or external expectations. They're going to build something that's based on their own feelings, their own values, and their own inner wisdom. And that's going to make all the difference in the world. Maybe they've been so focused on achieving material success, on pleasing others, on following the rules, that they've lost touch with their own soul. But the Ace of Pentacles is a chance for them to reconnect with their soul, to start living a life that's more authentic, more meaningful, and more fulfilling. It's a chance for them to create something that truly reflects who they are, what they believe in, and what they're passionate about. And you know what? I think the Queen of Cups is also going to help them attract the right people into their life. People who are kind, compassionate, supportive, and loving. People who will appreciate them for who they are, who will respect their boundaries, and who will be there for them through thick and thin. It's all about creating a tribe of people who lift you up, who inspire you, and who make you feel good about yourself. They really need a group of friends. Maybe they've been surrounding themselves with people who are negative, judgmental, or critical. But the Ace of Pentacles is a chance for them to release those toxic relationships and to start building new relationships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and love. I just want them to be happy. But here's the thing. They have to be willing to be vulnerable, to be open, and to be honest. They can't build a new foundation if they're still hiding behind their shield, if they're still guarding their sentiments. They have to be willing to let people see who they really are, flaws and all. And that can be really scary, but it's also really rewarding, because that's how you create genuine connections. That's how you find true love. And that's how you build a life that's truly worth living. This is so insightful. Okay, so now let's talk about their feelings towards you. Because let's be real, that's what you really want to know, right? The Queen of Cups represents love, compassion, and deep emotional connections. So, what does this card say about their feelings for you? Well, I think it says that they definitely have feelings for you. Like, they're not just seeing you as a friend or an acquaintance. They see you as someone who's special, someone who's important, someone who's worthy of their love and affection. Oh my gosh. But here's the thing. They might be scared to admit it, even to themselves. They might be afraid of getting hurt, afraid of being rejected, afraid of ruining the friendship. So, they're keeping their feelings hidden, guarding their sentiments, and trying to play it cool. It's possible they're even friend-zoning you in their mind. LOL. But the Queen of Cups is telling me that those feelings are there, bubbling beneath the surface, waiting to be expressed. And if they're willing to be brave, to be vulnerable, and to take a risk, they could create something really beautiful with you. Something that's based on mutual love, respect, and understanding. It's like I can see them thinking about what it would be like. Ah, maybe you represent something different for them. Something outside of their normal routine, their normal expectations. Maybe you see them in a way that no one else does. You understand their hidden depths, their unspoken desires. And that could be really scary for them, because it challenges their self-image. It forces them to confront their own vulnerabilities. But it could also be incredibly exciting, because it offers them the possibility of a deeper connection, a more authentic relationship, a love that's based on mutual understanding and acceptance. But here's the thing. They have to be willing to let go of their control, to let go of their expectations, and to let go of their fears. They have to be willing to trust you, to trust themselves, and to trust the process. And that's not always easy, especially when you've been hurt before. You know, that's where I am starting to understand them. Maybe they've been hurt in past relationships. Maybe they've been betrayed. Maybe they've been abandoned. And that's made them really cautious, really guarded, and really afraid of opening up again. But the Queen of Cups is telling them that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to take a risk. And it's okay to love again. Because love is worth it, even when it's scary. So, I think they're definitely attracted to you. They definitely have feelings for you, but they're also really scared. They're scared of getting hurt, scared of being rejected, scared of ruining the friendship. So, it's going to take a lot of courage for them to open up and to express their true feelings. But if they do, it could be the start of something really amazing. They might need a little push from you. Okay, so where does that leave us? With the Six of Pentacles, the Tower, the Ace of Pentacles, and now the Queen of Cups, we've got a really complex and nuanced picture of your person. They're feeling unbalanced. They're facing a major upheaval. They're on the verge of a new beginning, and they have deep feelings for you. But they're also scared, guarded, and unsure of themselves. They need to just communicate. They're shielding their sentiments, trying to protect themselves from getting hurt. But the cards are urging them to let go of their control, to embrace their vulnerabilities, and to trust in the process of love and growth. They need to be willing to tear down the walls that they've built around their heart and to allow themselves to be truly seen, truly loved, and truly accepted. I think it's something they deeply want. But there are still some questions that need to be answered. Will they be brave enough to open up? Will they be able to let go of their fears? Will they be able to create a new foundation that's based on love, compassion, and authenticity? I don't know. I'm so excited to find out. I feel like the next card is going to give us some more insight into their potential actions, their next steps, and their ultimate outcome. So, let's pull another card and see what the universe has in store for us. I am on the edge of my seat because it could be anything. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. What do you think it will be? Oh wow, okay. So we've got the Four of Cups now. Okay, so after all that emotional intensity of the Queen of Cups, we get the Four of Cups. That's interesting. This is gonna be good. So the Four of Cups, it's often seen as apathy, boredom, dissatisfaction, like someone's just kinda meh, They're sitting there with their arms crossed, not really engaged, not really interested in what's being offered to them. I wonder what's making them feel this way. So, how does that connect to everything we've already talked about? Because we've established that this person has deep emotions, right? They're feeling things intensely, even if they're not showing it. So why are they suddenly withdrawing now? Why are they being all meh about things? Is there too much happening? Could they be overwhelmed? This is where things get a little tricky, because it could mean a few different things. Okay, so maybe, after that tower moment, after all that upheaval and chaos, they're just feeling burnt out, They're emotionally exhausted. They're tired of dealing with all the drama, and they just need a break. So, they're withdrawing, not because they don't care, but because they need to recharge, they need to regroup, they need to find their center again. Like imagine, if you've been running a marathon and you finally cross the finish line, you're not gonna immediately jump up and start doing cartwheels, right? You're gonna need to sit down, catch your breath, and recover. Maybe that's what they're doing right now. I wonder if they know that's what they're doing. See, it's like they're sitting there with these cups being offered to them, which represent opportunities or offers, right? And they're just like, nah, not interested. But it's not necessarily because those offers are bad. It's just because they're not in the right headspace to receive them. They need some time to themselves, some time to process everything that's happened, and some time to figure out what they really want. It's possible they feel unworthy of the offers. It's also possible they don't even see the offers, or they don't understand that they're offers. That's also a possibility. Or, okay, here's another possibility. Maybe they're feeling resentful. Like maybe they feel like they've been giving so much to others, like with that Six of Pentacles energy, and they haven't been getting anything in return. So they're like, okay, fine, you want to offer me something now. Well, I don't want it. I'm done giving, I'm done helping, I'm done being the nice guy. It's like they're throwing a little tantrum, a little woe is me moment. LOL. I definitely have had those moments before. It's like they're punishing the world for not appreciating them, for not recognizing their efforts, for not giving them what they deserve. This is quite childish if they are doing that, haha. But it's also understandable, right? Because if you feel like you've been taken advantage of, if you feel like you've been used, it's natural to feel angry and resentful. I really feel that, And the Four of Cups is just a way of expressing that anger, of saying, I'm not gonna play your game anymore. I hope that they don't do this for too long. But see, this connects back to that Queen of Cups energy. Because underneath that anger, underneath that resentment, there's probably a lot of sadness and hurt. Like maybe they're feeling unloved, unappreciated, or unseen. And the Four of Cups Hi, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you were drawn to the Jade Point, this reading is especially for you. That beautiful, nurturing energy of the Jade Point. It's all about gentle growth and really fostering care within yourself, you know. And that perfectly aligns with our theme today. Gentle dawning, slowly unfolding affection and care. So let's dive into your cards and see what the universe wants you to know. All right, so let's see what we have here. We have the Page of Cups, the World, and, oh, the Ten of Swords. Okay, wow. Okay, so immediately, what I'm getting is there's been an ending. Like, a really significant ending. But it's not all doom and gloom, I promise. I promise. It's actually, when I look at all the cards together, it feels like that ending, the Ten of Swords. It's clearing the way for something really, really beautiful and fulfilling, which is, the World card, and that fresh, innocent energy of the Page of Cups. So, let's start with that Ten of Swords, because that's usually, it's a card that people, kind of dread, It looks so dramatic, all those swords in the back. But honestly, my darling, it's not always as scary as it looks. I mean, it can be, don't get me wrong. But in this context, with the other cards, it feels more like a necessary ending. Like something had to end in order for you to move forward into this new phase of your life. Think of it like this, okay? Imagine you're in a job that you absolutely hate. You're dreading going to work every single day. You're stressed out all the time. It's affecting your health, your relationships, everything. You know you need to leave, but you're scared. You're scared of the unknown. You're scared of not having a steady paycheck. You're scared of what other people will think. But eventually, you reach a breaking point, right? You just can't take it anymore. You finally quit, and it feels like a weight has been lifted off your shoulders, even though it's still scary. That's kind of the energy of the Ten of Swords here. It's the end of that painful chapter, that painful job, that painful relationship, whatever it is for you. It might have been a difficult decision. It might have been forced upon you. But either way, it's over now. And that's something to celebrate, even if it doesn't feel like it right now. Because holding on to something that's no longer serving you, it just keeps you stuck, doesn't it? It prevents you from moving forward and experiencing all the good things that life has to offer. And you know what? Sometimes the most painful endings are the ones that lead to the greatest transformations. Think about a caterpillar, right? It has to completely dissolve into goo inside its chrysalis before it can become a butterfly. It's a messy, uncomfortable process, but the end result is absolutely beautiful. So even though you might be feeling a little bit like that goo right now, trust that you're on your way to becoming something even more amazing. Okay, but let's dig a little deeper, okay? Because, what exactly is ending here? It could be a lot of things. It could be a relationship, like I said, a job, a living situation, a belief system, a way of thinking. Really, anything that's been holding you back. Maybe you've been clinging to a relationship that's toxic, even though you know it's not good for you. Maybe you've been stuck in a dead-end job because you're afraid to take a risk. Or maybe you've been holding on to a limiting belief about yourself that's preventing you from achieving your goals. Whatever it is, the universe is saying that it's time to let go. It's time to release what's no longer serving you and make space for something new. And I know that can be scary, letting go, especially if it's something you've been holding on to for a long time. But trust me, you're stronger than you think. You have the strength and the resilience to get through this. And you're not alone, okay? The universe is supporting you every step of the way. And you know, sometimes these endings, these 10 of Swords moments, they come as a complete surprise. You might not see them coming at all. You might think that everything is fine, and then bam, something happens that completely changes everything. And that can be really jarring, right? It can feel like the rug has been pulled out from under you. But even in those situations, even when the ending is unexpected and painful, it's still ultimately for your highest good. Think about it, okay? Maybe you were in a relationship that seemed perfect on the surface, but deep down, you knew it wasn't right. You were ignoring the red flags. You were settling for less than you deserved, and you were afraid to be alone. And then, one day, your partner suddenly breaks up with you. It's devastating, right? It feels like your world is falling apart. But a few months later, you realize that it was the best thing that could have happened to you. You're finally free to find someone who truly appreciates you, someone who's a better match for you. Or maybe you were working at a job that you thought was secure, but then the company suddenly goes bankrupt. You're laid off and you're panicking. How are you going to pay your bills? What are you going to do? But then you use that opportunity to pursue your passion, to start your own business, to finally do what you've always wanted to do. And you're happier and more fulfilled than you ever were before. So, even when these endings are painful, even when they're unexpected, trust that they're ultimately leading you to something better. The universe has a plan for you, even if you can't see it right now. And sometimes that plan involves closing doors so that new ones can open. But you know what I'm also sensing? I'm sensing some guilt around this ending. Like, maybe you feel like you should have done something differently. Maybe you feel like you could have prevented it somehow. Maybe you're blaming yourself for what happened. And if that's the case, my darling, please be gentle with yourself. Okay? Because holding on to guilt and shame, it's just going to keep you stuck in the past. It's not going to change anything. You did the best you could with what you knew at the time. Okay. You made the choices that you thought were right for you. And even if things didn't turn out the way you wanted them to, that doesn't mean you failed. It just means that it's time to learn from the experience and move on. Forgive yourself, okay? Release the guilt and shame and allow yourself to heal. And you know what else? I'm sensing that maybe you were holding on to something for too long. Like maybe you knew deep down that it was time to let go, but you were afraid to do it. You were afraid of the unknown. You were afraid of being alone. You were afraid of change. And so you clung to it, even though it was causing you pain. And if that's the case, that's okay too. We all do that sometimes. We all hold on to things that we know aren't good for us because we're afraid of what will happen if we let go. But the universe is saying that it's time to be brave. It's time to face your fears and let go of what's no longer serving you. It's time to trust that you're capable of handling whatever comes your way. And you are okay. You're stronger than you think. You've gotten through tough times before, and you'll get through this too. Okay, so that's the Ten of Swords, like the ending, the closure. But remember, it's not the whole story. It's just one chapter. The next chapter, that's where things get really exciting because we have the Page of Cups. Ooh, I love the Page of Cups. This card is all about new beginnings, fresh starts, and innocent, joyful emotions. It's like, after the storm of the Ten of Swords, the sun is finally starting to peek through the clouds. The Page of Cups is a messenger of love, hope, and inspiration. It's a reminder that there's still beauty and goodness in the world, even after you've been through something difficult. It's an invitation to open your heart to new experiences and to embrace the joy that's waiting for you. Think of it as a little spark of excitement, a little flutter of possibility. It's that feeling you get when you're about to embark on a new adventure, or when you meet someone who makes your heart skip a beat. It's pure, innocent, and full of potential. And you know what I'm also seeing? I'm seeing a renewed sense of creativity. The Page of Cups is very connected to your emotions. And when you allow yourself to feel your emotions fully, you open yourself up to new creative possibilities. Maybe you've been wanting to try painting, writing, dancing, or some other form of creative expression. Or maybe you have a creative project that you've been putting off because you didn't think you were good enough. Well, the Page of Cups is here to tell you that you are good enough. You have a unique and valuable perspective to share with the world. And now is the time to express it. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Just let your creativity flow. And you know what? It doesn't have to be perfect, okay? It just has to be authentic. It has to come from your heart. And you know what? This new beginning, this Page of Cups energy, it could also be related to a new relationship. A romantic relationship, a friendship, a mentorship. It could be anything. But whatever it is, it's going to be a relationship that's based on love, trust, and mutual respect. It's going to be a relationship that supports your growth and helps you to become the best version of yourself. Maybe you'll meet someone who shares your passions and interests, someone who inspires you to be more creative, someone who makes you feel seen and understood. Or maybe you'll reconnect with an old friend who you haven't seen in a while, and you'll realize that you have a deeper connection than you ever thought possible. Or maybe you'll find a mentor who can guide you on your path and help you to achieve your goals. Whatever it is, be open to new connections. Be open to the possibility of finding love and support in unexpected places. And don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Join a club, take a class, volunteer for a cause you care about. Anything that will allow you to meet new people and expand your social circle. You never know who you might meet. But here's the thing, okay? This Page of Cups energy, it's very delicate. It's like a little seedling that's just starting to sprout. It needs to be nurtured and protected in order to grow. So, you need to be careful about who you share your dreams and your vulnerabilities with. Not everyone is going to understand your vision. Not everyone is going to support your journey. So, be discerning about who you let into your inner circle. Surround yourself with people who are positive, supportive, and encouraging. People who believe in you and who want to see you succeed. And distance yourself from people who are negative, critical, or judgmental. People who drain your energy and make you feel bad about yourself. And you know what else is really important? It's important to be patient with yourself. This new beginning, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take time, effort, and dedication to build the life you want. So, don't get discouraged if you don't see results immediately. Just keep showing up, keep putting in the work, and keep believing in yourself. And remember to celebrate your small victories along the way. Acknowledge your progress, no matter how small it may seem. Give yourself credit for all the hard work you're doing. And don't forget to have fun. Enjoy the journey, because life is too short to be serious all the time. And what I'm also getting here is the need to, really listen to your intuition, you know. The Page of Cups, it's very intuitive. It's connected to your inner voice, to your gut feelings. And so, it's really important for you to pay attention to those signals right now, because your intuition is going to guide you on your path. It's going to help you make the right decisions. It's going to lead you to the people and opportunities that are meant for you. But you have to learn to trust it. You have to learn to distinguish between your intuition and your fears. Because sometimes your fears can masquerade as your intuition. They can try to convince you that you're not good enough, that you're not worthy, that you're going to fail. But your intuition, it always comes from a place of love and support. It always wants what's best for you. So, how do you tell the difference? Well, one way is to pay attention to how you feel. When you're listening to your intuition, you'll feel calm, peaceful, and confident. You'll feel like you're on the right track. But when you're listening to your fears, you'll feel anxious, stressed, and doubtful. You'll feel like you're forcing something that's not meant to be. Another way to connect with your intuition is through meditation. Meditation can help you quiet your mind and tune into your inner voice. Even just a few minutes of meditation each day can make a big difference. Just find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably, close your eyes, and focus on your breath. And as you breathe, allow your thoughts to come and go without judgment. Just observe them and then let them pass. And eventually, you'll start to notice a subtle voice within you. A voice that's wise, compassionate, and loving. That's your intuition. And the more you listen to it, the stronger it will become. And the more confident you'll be in your ability to make the right decisions for yourself. Okay, so we've got the Ten of Swords, the ending, the closure. We've got the Page of Cups, the new beginning, the fresh start. And now we have the World. The World is the final card of the major arcana, and it represents completion, fulfillment, and integration. It's like you've reached the end of a long journey, and you've finally arrived at your destination. You've learned all the lessons you needed to learn. You've overcome all the challenges you needed to overcome, and you've become the best version of yourself. And now, you're ready to celebrate your accomplishments and share your gifts with the world. The World card is a reminder that you are connected to everything and everyone. You are a part of something bigger than yourself, and you have a unique and valuable role to play in the universe. And you know what I'm getting. After that ending, that Ten of Swords, after embracing that new beginning, the Page of Cups, you're stepping into a place of true wholeness. Like all the pieces of the puzzle finally fit together. All the experiences, good and bad, have led you to this moment. And you're ready to take on the world. You're ready to live your life to the fullest. This is a time of great joy, abundance, and fulfillment. You've worked hard to get here, and you deserve to enjoy the fruits of your labor. So, celebrate your successes, surround yourself with loved ones, and do what makes you happy. And don't be afraid to dream big. The universe is conspiring to help you achieve your goals. So, go for it. But remember, the World card isn't just about personal fulfillment. It's also about giving back to the world. It's about using your gifts and talents to make a positive impact on others. It's about contributing to something bigger than yourself. So, how can you use your unique abilities to help others? How can you make the world a better place? Maybe you can volunteer your time, donate to a charity, or simply be a kind and compassionate person. Whatever you do, know that your actions matter. They have a ripple effect that extends far beyond what you can imagine. And by contributing to the greater good, you'll not only make a difference in the world, but you'll also feel a sense of purpose and fulfillment. And you know, thinking back to the crystal, the jade point, right? This whole journey from the Ten of Swords to the world, it's been nurtured. It's been carefully tended to. Like that jade point is just radiating gentle, supportive energy, helping you grow and heal every step of the way. And that's so beautiful. Okay, wow, that was a lot. So to recap, we have the Ten of Swords, the Page of Cups, and the World. It's a journey from endings to new beginnings to complete fulfillment. It's about letting go of what's no longer serving you, embracing new possibilities, and ultimately finding your place in the world. And you know what? I'm so excited for you. I can't wait to see what you create. Oh my goodness, you guys, are you seeing this? After all of that, after the Ten of Swords, the Page of Cups, the World, we have the Sun. I literally just gasped. I'm not even kidding, because wow. Just wow, wow, wow. If the world is like ultimate completion, the Sun is like ultimate joy, you know. It's that feeling of pure, unadulterated happiness, like like everything is just aligned and perfect. And okay, let's be real. After the Ten of Swords, you deserve this. You seriously deserve this. All that hard work, all that letting go, all that embracing the new, it's all paying off. The sun is shining on you, my friend. It is absolutely shining on you. It's like, think about it, right? The Ten of Swords was that dark night of the soul, the moment where you felt like everything was falling apart. But you made it through. You faced your fears. You released what was no longer serving you, and you emerged stronger and wiser. And then the Page of Cups came along, bringing that little spark of hope, that little flicker of excitement. It was a promise of new beginnings, a hint of the joy that was to come. And you embraced it. You opened your heart to new possibilities. You allowed yourself to dream again. And then the world, oh, the world. It's like everything coming together, everything clicking into place, finding your place and purpose. And now, the sun. The sun is like the full bloom, the complete manifestation of all that potential. It's like the universe is saying, yes, you did it. You overcame the obstacles, you followed your heart, and you created a beautiful life for yourself. Okay, so what does this actually mean for you, right here, right now? Well, first and foremost, it means joy. Like pure, unadulterated, radiant joy. This is a time for celebrating your successes, for indulging in your passions, for surrounding yourself with loved ones. It's about doing what makes your heart sing. And it's not just fleeting happiness. It's a deep, abiding sense of contentment and well-being. It's like you've finally found your happy place, and you're just basking in the sunshine. The sun also represents clarity. Things that might have seemed confusing or uncertain before are now becoming crystal clear. You have a strong sense of purpose. You know what you want, and you know how to get it. And you're not afraid to go after your dreams. You have the confidence, the courage, and the determination to make them a reality. And it's like you just know that you are on the right path, you know. And you know, this isn't just about your own personal happiness either. The sun is also about radiating that joy outwards, about inspiring others with your light. You have a natural ability to uplift and encourage those around you. People are drawn to your positive energy. They're inspired by your resilience, and they see you as a beacon of hope. So, don't be afraid to shine. Don't be afraid to share your gifts with the world. You have so much to offer, and the world needs your light now more than ever. The sun is also a card of vitality and abundance. You have an abundance of energy, enthusiasm, and passion. You're feeling healthy, strong, and vibrant. And you're attracting abundance into your life in all areas, whether it's financial prosperity, fulfilling relationships, or creative opportunities. Okay, so, let's dig in a little deeper, because this is so exciting, right? I feel like this could be showing up in so many different ways for you. First of all, let's talk about relationships, because, you know, that's always a big one. The sun can indicate a period of harmony and joy in your existing relationships. If you're in a committed relationship, This could be a time of deepening intimacy, shared adventures, and unwavering support. You and your partner are on the same page. You're communicating openly and honestly, and you're just enjoying each other's company. If you've been going through a rough patch, the sun is a sign that things are about to get a whole lot better. The clouds are parting, the sun is shining through, and you're able to see each other in a new light. You're able to forgive past hurts, to move forward with compassion and understanding, and to create a stronger, more loving bond. And if you're single, oh my goodness, the sun is an amazing card to get. It's a sign that you're about to attract a new relationship into your life, a relationship that is filled with joy, laughter, and unconditional love. This is not just any relationship. This is a soulmate connection. Someone who truly sees you for who you are. Someone who appreciates your unique gifts and talents. And someone who supports your dreams and aspirations. It could be someone totally unexpected, you know. Maybe someone who's been in your life for a while, but you never really saw in a romantic light. Or maybe it's someone completely new, someone who walks into your life and just completely blows you away. Either way, be open to the possibility of love. Be open to the possibility of finding your soulmate. And don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Go out, meet new people, try new things, and let your light shine. The universe is conspiring to bring you the love you deserve. But you know, even if you're not actively looking for a relationship, the sun is still a wonderful card to get. It's a sign that you're feeling confident, radiant, and happy in your own skin. You're enjoying your own company, you're pursuing your passions, and you're living your life to the fullest. And that's incredibly attractive. People are drawn to your energy. They're inspired by your independence, and they want to be a part of your world. So, even if you don't find a romantic partner right away, you'll still be surrounded by love and support. You'll have fulfilling friendships, meaningful connections, and a strong sense of belonging. And speaking of passions, let's talk about creativity, because the sun is a super creative card, you know. This is an amazing time to pursue your artistic endeavors, to express yourself in new and exciting ways, and to share your creations with the world. If you're a writer, this could be a time of prolific inspiration, where ideas are just flowing through you like a river. You're able to tap into a deep well of creativity, and you're producing work that is both meaningful and beautiful. If you're a musician, this could be a time of writing and performing your best songs yet. You're connecting with your audience on a deeper level. You're inspiring them with your music, and you're just having a blast on stage. And if you're a visual artist, this could be a time of creating stunning and evocative pieces that capture the essence of joy and beauty. You're experimenting with new techniques, you're pushing your boundaries, and you're just loving the process of creation. But you know, even if you don't consider yourself to be an artist, the sun can still inspire you to be more creative in your everyday life. Maybe you'll start cooking new recipes, decorating your home, or even just finding new ways to express yourself through your clothing and accessories. The key is to let your inner child come out and play. Don't be afraid to experiment, to make mistakes, and to just have fun. Creativity is not about being perfect. It's about expressing your authentic self. And you know, the sun can also be a sign of success and recognition in your career. If you've been working hard towards a goal, this is a sign that you're about to achieve it. You're about to get the promotion, the raise, or the recognition that you deserve. Your hard work is paying off, and people are finally noticing your talents and contributions. This is a time to celebrate your achievements, to take pride in your accomplishments, and to share your success with those who have supported you along the way. And if you're looking for a new job, the sun is an excellent card to get. It's a sign that you're about to find the perfect opportunity, a job that is both fulfilling and financially rewarding. This is a job that aligns with your values, that allows you to use your skills and talents to their fullest potential, and that provides you with a sense of purpose and meaning. So, put yourself out there, network, apply for jobs, and let your light shine. You have so much to offer, and the right employer is waiting to discover you. But even if you're happy in your current job, the sun can still bring positive changes to your career. Maybe you'll be given more responsibility, more autonomy, or more opportunities to learn and grow. Maybe you'll be assigned to a new project that is particularly exciting and challenging. Or maybe you'll simply find that you're enjoying your work more than ever before. Whatever the case may be, the sun is a sign that your career is on the upswing. You're feeling motivated, inspired, and passionate about what you do. And that's a recipe for success. But okay, you know what I'm also getting. With this sun card, it's also about your relationship with yourself, you know. It's about self-love, self-acceptance, and self-compassion. This is a time to truly appreciate yourself for who you are, flaws and all. You're recognizing your strengths, you're acknowledging your accomplishments, and you're forgiving yourself for your mistakes. You're treating yourself with kindness, respect, and understanding. And that's incredibly powerful. When you love yourself, you attract love from others. When you accept yourself, you inspire acceptance in others. And when you're compassionate towards yourself, you're able to extend that compassion to others. So, take some time to nurture yourself, to pamper yourself, and to do things that make you feel good. Take a long bath, read a good book, go for a walk in nature, or spend time with loved ones. Do whatever it takes to fill your cup and to remind yourself that you are worthy of love, happiness, and success. And you know, this self-love journey, it's not always easy, right? We all have our insecurities, our doubts, and our fears. But the sun is here to remind you that you are strong, you are capable, and you are worthy. You have the power to overcome any obstacle, to achieve any goal, and to create the life you want. So, don't let your inner critic hold you back. Challenge those negative thoughts, replace them with positive affirmations, and believe in yourself. You are amazing, you are talented, and you are loved. And the world needs your light. This card, the Sun, is also about healing, you know. It's like the warmth and light can melt away any lingering pain or sadness. It's a time to release old wounds, to forgive past hurts, and to move forward with a renewed sense of hope and optimism. If you've been struggling with anxiety, depression, or any other mental health challenges, the Sun is a sign that things are about to get better. You're about to find the support, the resources, and the strategies you need to heal and to thrive. This could involve seeking therapy, practicing mindfulness, or simply connecting with loved ones who can provide you with comfort and understanding. Whatever path you choose, know that you are not alone. There are people who care about you, and there are people who want to help you. So reach out, ask for support, and allow yourself to heal. And you know what else I'm getting? Is to spend time in nature. I know it sounds so simple, but it's like the sun is literally the sun, right? So get outside, soak up the sunshine, breathe in the fresh air, and connect with the natural world. Go for a hike in the mountains, take a walk on the beach, or simply sit in your backyard and listen to the birds. Nature has a way of calming the mind, soothing the soul, and reminding us of the beauty and wonder of life. And you know, going back to the crystal, the jade point, right? All of this joy, this clarity, this vitality, it's all being nurtured and supported by that gentle, loving energy. The jade point is helping you to stay grounded, to stay centered, and to stay connected to your inner wisdom. It's reminding you that you are safe, you are loved, and you are supported. And that's such a beautiful thing. But you know, even with all this amazing sun energy, it's important to stay grounded, you know. It's important to remember that life is not always sunshine and rainbows. There will be challenges, there will be setbacks, and there will be moments of doubt. But the sun is here to remind you that you have the strength, the resilience, and the optimism to overcome any obstacle. So when those challenges arise, don't let them dim your light. Use them as opportunities to learn, to grow, and to become even stronger. Remember what you've already overcome. Remember the lessons you've learned, and remember that you are not alone. The universe is supporting you every step of the way. And you know, it's also important to share your joy with others. You know, the sun is not just about personal happiness. It's also about spreading that joy to those around you. So be kind, be compassionate, and be generous. Help those in need, offer a listening ear, and simply be a source of light in the world. When you share your joy, it multiplies. It creates a ripple effect that extends far beyond what you can imagine. And it makes the world a brighter, more beautiful place for everyone. And you know, with all this amazing energy, it's easy to get carried away, right? It's easy to get caught up in the excitement and to forget to take care of yourself. So, remember to prioritize self-care. Make sure you're getting enough sleep, eating healthy foods, and exercising regularly. take time to relax, to meditate, and to do things that you enjoy. And don't be afraid to say no to things that drain your energy or that don't align with your values. You deserve to prioritize your well-being, and you deserve to create a life that is both fulfilling and sustainable. But I'm also sensing that it's important to be grateful. Take time each day to appreciate the good things in your life, no matter how small they may seem. Write down a list of things you're grateful for. Express your gratitude to those who have helped you along the way, and simply take a moment to savor the beauty and wonder of the present moment. Gratitude is a powerful tool for attracting more abundance into your life. When you focus on what you have, you attract more of what you want. And it's also important to stay open to new possibilities. The sun is a card of abundance, and that means that there are endless opportunities waiting for you. So, don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone, to try new things, and to explore new paths. You never know what amazing adventures are waiting for you just around the corner. And the sun is also a reminder to trust your intuition. You have a deep inner wisdom that is guiding you towards your highest good. So, pay attention to your gut feelings, listen to your inner voice, and trust that you are on the right path. Your intuition will never lead you astray. It will always guide you towards the people, the places, and the opportunities that are meant for you. And this is just such an amazing card. It's like everything is just aligning for you. It's like the universe is conspiring to help you achieve your dreams. So, believe in yourself, trust the process, and enjoy the journey. You are on the verge of something truly amazing. So let's recap. The sun, its joy, its clarity, its vitality, its success, its self-love, its healing, its abundance. It's like everything good all rolled into one amazing card. And it's all for you. So soak it up, embrace it, and let your light shine. But you know what? We still have 3 cards to go. I'm so curious to see what else the universe has in store for you. Like, what's the next piece of the puzzle? What guidance is coming through next? This is so exciting. Okay. You are not going to believe this. After the sun, like the card of ultimate happiness, we get the Emperor. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the sun is all about freedom and joy, and just pure, unadulterated bliss. And then the Emperor is, well, the Emperor is a little bit different. The Emperor is all about structure and authority, control and stability. It's like, whoa, universe, are you trying to tell us something here? After all that free-flowing energy, what's going on? So, the Emperor, first of all, is a major arcana card. And that means it's important, right? It means it's about big life lessons and major themes. And when I see the Emperor, I immediately think of a father figure, or someone in a position of authority. Someone who's responsible, someone who's dependable, someone who provides structure and security. But the Emperor can also be a little bit rigid, a little bit controlling, a little bit inflexible. It's like this is the way things are, and this is how they're going to be. So, how does this fit in with everything else we've got going on here? Because we've got the Ten of Swords, right? The ending, the closure. And then the Page of Cups, the new beginning, the fresh start. The world, the fulfillment of your dreams and purpose. And then the Sun, like ultimate joy and happiness. And now, the Emperor. It's like, whoa, okay, somebody's trying to put the brakes on this joyride. Or what's happening here? So, what I'm really feeling, and you tell me if this resonates, okay? Because, what I'm feeling is that this Emperor energy, it's not necessarily you. It's someone else, okay? It's someone else in your life who's reacting to all this amazing stuff that's happening to you. Because, think about it, right? You've gone through this huge transformation. You've let go of what's no longer serving you. You've embraced new beginnings. You've found your purpose, and you're radiating joy and happiness. And that's amazing. But maybe someone in your life is a little bit intimidated by all that. Or maybe they feel like they need to step in and protect you somehow. Or maybe they just don't really know how to handle all that amazing energy. Because, sometimes when people see you shining, it can bring up their own insecurities, right? It can make them feel like they're not good enough, or like they're not doing enough with their own lives. And so, instead of celebrating your success, they might try to, dim your light a little bit, Not necessarily on purpose, but just because they don't really know how to deal with it. So, this Emperor energy could be someone who's trying to, control your joy somehow, Maybe they're being overly critical, or maybe they're trying to tell you what to do, or maybe they're just not really supportive of your dreams. And if that's the case, my darling, that's not okay. You deserve to be surrounded by people who celebrate your success and who support your dreams. And if someone is trying to dim your light, you need to set some boundaries, okay? You need to let them know that you're not going to tolerate that kind of behavior, because your joy is precious and you need to protect it. But on the other hand, this Emperor energy could also be someone who's trying to, offer you stability and security, Maybe they see you radiating all this joy and happiness, and they're worried that you're going to, fly too close to the sun, And so they're trying to, ground you a little bit, trying to offer you some structure and support. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because, sometimes when you're feeling really good, it's easy to get carried away, right? It's easy to lose sight of the practical things, like paying your bills, or, taking care of your responsibilities. And so, having someone in your life who can help you stay grounded, that can actually be really helpful. So this Emperor energy could be someone who's saying, okay, I see you're feeling amazing, and that's great. But let's also make sure that you're taking care of yourself and that you're not getting too carried away. And that could be coming from a place of love and care, right? They're not trying to control you. They're just trying to make sure that you're safe and secure. But it's really important to discern the difference, right? Between someone who's trying to control you and someone who's trying to support you. Because the line can be a little bit blurry sometimes, So, how do you tell the difference? Well, I think it really comes down to intention, right? What's the intention behind their actions? Are they trying to make you feel small and insignificant? Or are they trying to help you feel safe and secure? Are they trying to tell you what to do? Or are they trying to offer you guidance and support? Are they trying to control your joy? Or are they trying to help you sustain it? And it's also important to pay attention to how their actions make you feel, right? Do you feel like you're being suffocated? Or do you feel like you're being supported? Do you feel like you're being diminished? Or do you feel like you're being empowered? Because your feelings are always valid, right? And they're always giving you important information. So, trust your intuition, trust your feelings, and use that to help you discern the difference between control and support. But there's also a third possibility here, right? Which is that this Emperor energy is not about someone else at all, but it's actually about them, the person you're interested in. Maybe they're seeing you radiating all this joy and happiness, and they're realizing that they need to, step up their game, Maybe they've been a little bit wishy-washy in the past, or maybe they haven't really been taking things seriously. But now, they're seeing you shining, and they're realizing that they need to, get their act together if they want to be with you. And so, this Emperor energy could be them trying to, take control of their own life, trying to become more responsible, more dependable, more stable. Maybe they're realizing that they need to provide you with some security, some structure, some leadership. And so they're trying to embody those qualities. And that could be a really good thing, right? Because, maybe they're finally ready to commit. Or maybe they're finally ready to take things to the next level. Or maybe they're just finally ready to be the kind of partner that you deserve. But it's also important to be patient with them, right? Because, changing takes time, right? It's not something that happens overnight. And so, even if they're trying to embody those Emperor qualities, they might not get it right at first, They might still slip up sometimes, or they might still be a little bit clumsy about it. And so, it's important to be understanding and to offer them some grace and to let them know that you appreciate their efforts. But it's also important to hold them accountable, right? You don't want to let them get away with bad behavior just because they're trying to change. You still need to set your boundaries, and you still need to let them know what you expect from them. Because, ultimately, you deserve to be with someone who's responsible, dependable, and stable. And if they're not willing to be that person, then you need to be willing to walk away. But going back to this idea of them trying to protect your joy, right? Because that's something that's really sticking with me. Because, I feel like this person might be a little bit overprotective, Maybe they see you as this, delicate flower, and they're worried that you're going to get hurt or that you're going to get taken advantage of. And so they're trying to, shield you from the world, trying to keep you safe and secure. And that's coming from a good place, right? They care about you, and they don't want to see you get hurt. But, it can also be a little bit smothering, right? Because, you're not a delicate flower, right? You're a strong, independent woman, and you're capable of handling yourself. And so, if someone's trying to, overprotect you, it can feel really stifling, It can feel like they don't trust you, or like they don't believe in your abilities. And so, it's important to let them know that you appreciate their concern, but that you're perfectly capable of taking care of yourself. You need to let them know that you're not afraid of the world, and that you're not afraid of getting hurt. You need to let them know that you're willing to take risks, and that you're willing to learn from your mistakes. Because, ultimately, that's how you grow, right? That's how you become stronger and more resilient. And so, if someone's trying to prevent you from experiencing those things, they're actually holding you back. But it's also possible that this person is not trying to control you at all, but they're actually trying to control themselves, Maybe they're realizing that they have some emperor energy within themselves that they need to, manage, Maybe they're realizing that they've been too rigid, too controlling, too inflexible in the past. And so they're trying to, soften up a little bit, trying to be more open-minded, more compassionate, more understanding. And that could be a really good thing, right? Because, nobody wants to be with someone who's a complete control freak. And so, if they're willing to, work on themselves and to become a better person, that's definitely a positive sign. But, it's also important to see if their actions are actually matching their words, right? Because, it's easy to say that you're going to change, but it's a lot harder to actually do it. And so, you need to pay attention to their behavior and see if they're actually making an effort to be more flexible and more understanding. Are they listening to your opinions? Are they respecting your boundaries?